Test 1, 2, 3.
Where is it?
Oh, yeah.
No, I want everybody to understand what's going on.
I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Branning, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler of the 36, Senator Butler of the 38, Senator Carter, Senator Kaufman, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator McCon, Senator McDaniel, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Moran, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Polk, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sojourner, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given? There we go. Thank you very much. For the invocation to be given by Brother Chip Stevens, who is the senior pastor at First Baptist Church of Jackson. And then the invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Kirby. Brother Stevens.
Let's pray. Our Father in heaven, we bow before you here on this day, and we begin by praising you, for you are the creator of the heaven and earth. And what a beautiful day that you've given us. Thank you for your grace in your creation. Thank you for your grace that allows us the breath in our lungs to be able to be here. Thank you for the grace that allows us to live in this wonderful state of Mississippi. And Father, I lift up these who are before me with a very full day. I pray that you will grant them your grace. Pray that you will grant them your wisdom. Pray that you will grant them your strength. Pray your blessing on their families. We pray your blessing on this state. We love you and we thank you as we recognize that all great gifts come from you. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the reading of Journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, to the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. Senator Polk is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, to introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. Starting with Senator Parks. You're recognized for introduction.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. If we could turn our attention to the North Gallery today, I'd like to make welcome the Mississippi Community College Board of Leadership and Academy. Let's make them welcome today.
Welcome to your Senate. Senator Seymour, for what purpose you seek introduction?
Introduction, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed, Senator.
If the Senate will make, recognize in the North Gallery, Carl Boynton and his group of Crusaders for Veterans in the North Gallery here.
This is item 2.
Thank you for allowing us to be here today in safety. Senator Jackson, or for an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to turn your attention to the West Gallery. A friend of mine from Walls, Mississippi, the mayor of Walls, Kedron Henderson. He's here with a larger group from DeSoto County, but just want to make him welcome.
Senator Hill, for an introduction.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. One of my good friends is up in the North Gallery with Crusaders for Veterans, Debbie Benoit and her husband Tom, and also the president, Kevin Coutil, and Miss Vivian Champagne is also up there with Mr. Carl Boynton. So thanks, Debbie, for bringing this group to the Capitol and for advocating for veterans. We appreciate it.
Senator Frazier, for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like the Senate to make welcome, sitting in the South Gallery, some outstanding students from Carver Middle School, so please make them welcome. Carver Middle School, please stand.
Thank you. Welcome to your Capitol. Senator McClendon, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce y'all, many leaders, or all the leaders actually, from DeSoto County, 5 mayors and 1 capital here. You have 3 supervisors and our business community. Just we're down here making a plea, and I'd like to welcome them. DeSoto, driving DeSoto. Make them welcome at the Capitol, please.
Welcome to DeSoto County. Glad to have you here. Senator McMahon, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Mr. President, good morning. In the West Gallery, I'd like to ask my supervisor, Phil Morgan, to stand. We ask you to give him a big welcome. And also, I have another special guest here this morning, the man that led the Tupelo Golden Wave to a state championship in 1989, the Tupelo Titan himself, Mr. Todd Jordan. And Mr. President, the truth is, he was on the football field. I was in the band, and I was actually always giving him the signals. And I told him, always go right, Todd, always go right.
Welcome, Mayor. We're glad to have you. All right. Senator DeBar, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a request for an unexcused absence from my desk mate, Senator Michelle. He is attending a family member's funeral today.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Parker, for introduction, sir.
For an introduction. I know just a moment ago Senator McClendon called him out, but I'm going to have them stand So Mayor Latimer, if you would stand, I think he's hiding behind a pole over here somewhere. Ken Adams, Mayor Musselwhite, Mayor Chip Johnson, and we already had our other mayor introduced a few minutes ago, but I want to just call them out and thank them for their leadership and their role for DeSoto County, and I'm very happy to have you at your Capitol today.
Thank you and welcome. Senator Whaley, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery, amongst the DeSoto County crew, there is a native Marshall County and my friend, Mr. Sean Clayton. I'd ask that he would stand and the Senate make him welcome.
Okay, gentlemen. Senator Jackson for an introduction.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. In the North Gallery, we have with us today our Northern District Highway Commissioner, John Caldwell. We'll ask the Senator to make him welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Caldwell. Good to have you here. Anyone else? Senator McClendon? Senator McMahon? For an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the North Gallery, we have someone represent some business interest in North Mississippi here today. I would ask Sam Turman to stand and ask the Senate to give him a warm welcome.
Nobody left in DeSoto, I don't think, today. All right, let's move to the calendar. Senate, we begin with number 1, Senator Hobson. Senator Hobson, you're recognized. Item 1, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 1 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2372, Mississippi Hospital Sustainability Grant Program, establish and provide eligibility funds.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move adoption of the committee substitute and ask that you recognize Senator Blackwell to explain it.
Senator Blackwell is recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. We have a committee sub in front of you. This is to work on grant money for the hospitals. It is still a work in progress. We're still waiting on information from the Hospital Association so we can better determine the amounts of and the sort of the formula in which we want to use. So I'm just asking for us to pass this so we can keep it alive. It has a reverse repealer. Senator Hobson and I are working, like I said, with the Hospital Association to try to get some additional information so we can present to you. It's an explanation. I'll yield.
Questions on the bill. Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir? Pass. Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
For a question, Senator?
I'll yield.
Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Do we have a starting amount of money that we're trying to get?
Yes, sir. The initial amount that it was $80 million. But I think the hospitals has asked for more. They would like $230 million. And so we want to know what their situation was prior to COVID, what happened during COVID, where they stand today, and what they're going to do in the future so that they don't end up back in the same position.
That they don't end up back in the same position next year?
Yes, sir. Or subsequent years.
Yes. So as you know, if they are struggling big time, and it's my understanding that they're asking for that $230 million just to survive this year. So are we making any kind of plans on future on how we would maybe look at it again next year? I know right now we're concerned about right now.
Yes, sir. That we are concerned about right now. But before we come to back to this body to say ask for a pot of gold, we want to know what they're going to do with it and what they're going to do moving forward to try to mitigate any other future losses.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. You're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Blackwell.
Now yield.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Blackwell. This will complement, you say, the legislation that we passed earlier regarding hospitals?
Well, it's part of the Lieutenant Governor's healthcare package. So yes, the bill that we passed earlier of Senator Fillingain, I believe, presented that. Yes, it should help them.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Yield for a question, Senator. Senator Seymour, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman.
One moment, please. Senator Seymour, you're recognized for the question.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Senator, is this in addition to the Veteran Affairs language that we passed a couple of years ago, or is it an improvement on what we've already got? We got a grant program for the nurses for our state veteran homes.
Right. I'm not exactly familiar with the bill. I can't recall. I know we did something, but yes, this would be a grant for the hospitals. But again, we want to see what their what they were doing prior to COVID, during COVID, and again moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator?
I'll yield.
Senator Hickman's recognized.
Certainly appreciate your efforts in this. I think this is an amazing opportunity for our hospital systems. Just a couple of technical questions. Who will be administering this grant program?
That I'm not sure, but again, like I said, this is still a work in progress. We're trying to iron it out. I don't know if DFA would be involved or not, but.
And is it need-based? That sounds like what you're saying is kind of need-based on pre-COVID. Well,
the initial proposal was kind of based upon the number of hospital beds and whether they had an ER or not.
And my question is,
and in that regard, it was kind of uniform for all the hospitals.
My question just goes to the fact I just want to make sure it's a great program. I just want to make sure that administered properly and equitably. Thank you.
I agree with you.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator?
I'll yield.
Senator Jordan is recognized.
Thank you, sir. Is there another vehicle, is there another vehicle similar to this on the calendar somewhere, someplace that Senator Fillingain handled the other day? Was this the second vehicle?
This is the second bill. I'm not sure if, were the other three bills. There were sort of a bill package of 5 bills, but this is one of those 5.
Is this bill sustainability? How long will we be sustained with if this becomes law?
It's a one-time grant, so it's up to it would be up to the hospitals what they do with that money, and whether they put it to operational expense or debt. It'd be totally up to them.
And again, how much resources, how much money is involved in this bill?
The initial request was at 80.
80 million?
Yes, sir.
And that would be divided among the hospitals that are in trouble?
Yes, sir.
And let's hope that be a beginning. Thank you very much for the work you've done and the effort that is being done to try to help out hospitals that are in trouble. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Will you for a question, Senator Blackwell? One moment, please.
That's our plan.
Senator Blackwell.
I yield.
Thank you. The bottom of this bill, in regards to Senator Hickman's question, this bill says the health department would administer it and promulgate rules, but I understand that may change based on your response to him. But I guess my question is, during COVID, we saw a lot of money infused into the hospitals. Do you have any idea what the total amount was that was infused into the hospitals in the state of Mississippi during COVID?
I don't, but we can find that out.
I just honestly can't seem to do the math to figure out how they're in worse shape now than they were before all that money was infused during COVID. Has anybody looked at a balance sheet or any accounting
Yes,
of any
ma'am,
of the
that-
hospitals?
That's what we're in the process of getting from the MHA.
Well, I would certainly like to see that because I'm so curious as to all the money that poured in here during COVID, and now all of a sudden they're broke and they can't sustain themselves. It just doesn't make sense to me, but I appreciate you working on it.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Simmons. Derek, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
Yield.
You're recognized for a question, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Senator, thank you so much for this measure that you have brought before the body. And you are in constant communication with the Mississippi Hospital Association regarding the amount of need for all of our hospitals around the state?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay. And so the 80 million that I'm hearing, is it possible, is a possibility that it may be more than 80 million? Because I'm hearing that the actual need may be more than 80 million.
It's a possibility, but again, we want to get all our information from the hospitals in first so we can kind of see what we're doing with.
Okay. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion on the committee substitute, Senator.
I move to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator. One second. Senator Blunt? Senator Blunt would like to speak on final passage. Senator Blunt's recognized.
Very briefly, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this bill. Our hospitals need the help. The question is, however, whatever the dollar amount is, let's say it's $100 million. You can put $100 million in this fund and have $100 million, or you can put $100 million in this fund and have $1 billion. That's your choice. But they need our help, and I support the bill. Thank you, Senator Black.
Senator, you're recognized to speak.
I move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Number 2, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2962, appropriation, additional appropriations for various state agencies for fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the first of 2 deficit bills, this one and the next one to follow. The first one is for deficits that we probably need to take care of pretty urgently. The other one, the second bill, is going to be those that we want to keep alive for conference because, as you know, we'll always have some additional things that happen, and you'll hear in the amendment that's going to be offered in a minute, one of those additional things that just happened in the last couple of days. It's going to need some immediate attention. But I'll go through the bill quickly for all the deficits. There is $604,310 for lawsuit payments and settlements that are in your bill. There's $985,000, and by the way, that's capital expense funds, $985,000 that is paying for various lawsuits that have been pending against the state for a while. One is United States versus State of Mississippi, IRS versus state agencies. That's the one that had a lot of questions on in committee yesterday. That's $235,000 payable to a law firm handling the ACA, Affordable Care Act penalties that were assessed against some of our state agencies. And I've got detailed information if you want that on the various agencies that have been assessed penalties. One is the White versus State Board of Election Commissioners. That deals with the lawsuit that is still pending on the Supreme Court districts in the state. That's $300,000. And then finally is $350,000 for lawsuit that is pending and the legal fees related to defending a lawsuit against our correction system in the penitentiaries around the state. Next is $416,869, which is the Veterans Affairs Board ACA penalty. And we went through this in committee. For those that aren't on the committee, just to kind of refresh your memory, we did this last year, and unfortunately, we're probably going to have to do it for another couple of years. There was a provision that was required in ACA that 95% of all state employees, whether they're contractors or state employees that work over 30 hours, would be offered insurance through ACA. We have several of the state agencies that did not comply with that and didn't know that it was fully understand the extent of it. Well, the IRS has assessed penalties against the state. A lot of those penalties have been worked out through settlements. They've been reduced significantly. The amount this year that has been reduced is about $2.5 million from where they were initially assessed to what is owed right now, which is about 10 million. I can give you the exact number. I think it's 10.9 million. But we have several state agencies. This will continue for another couple of years because it's part of the process. And unfortunately, they have to look at these every year going back. These are back to 2019, I believe, 2019. So they're going to have to look at the next couple of years. And I think Senator Michelle has a bill that's going to correct this once and for all, so we don't have to deal with this after the next 2 years. But anyway, that's one of those, the Veterans Affairs Board. Also, Veterans Affairs is seeking in a fund that they had for some repairs in the cemeteries. They want to utilize some of those funds for capital repairs at the state's veterans homes. That's $1.266 million, $1.266025. Also, we've got a DPS ACA penalty. That's $932,902. We've got the $20 million that I mentioned before on the MAP, the amount that was supposed to have been included, that was included in what we put in the budget last year, but the funding and the accounts were not proper at the time. And the special fund authority for the Education Facilities Revolving Loan Fund. I think I went over all that with you yesterday. We've got DFA has requested for ARPA administration $6 million. They are contracting with the Horn Group, and we did not have any funding in there. It's $6 million for all the ARPA funds. We've already done about $1.5 billion. We got another $300 billion plus to be administered, and these are administrative fees. This is from what's been incurred already through, going through today. Also, we have $30 million that was going to the credit of the Capital City Water and Sewer Projects Fund. These are funds that went through DEQ that need to be provided to DFA for payment of expenses as part of the ARPA funding that the City of Jackson got in their share of match money through ARPA. We've got another ACA penalty for wildlife, fisheries, and parks. That's $1,376,228. The Veterans Home Purchase Board has requested $25 million. This is special fund authority, no new money or general fund. Special fund authority for loans. Apparently, because interest rates have spiked up, a lot of veterans are utilizing the Veterans Home Purchase Board now, and they've got a high demand for mortgage payments and mortgage assistance with veterans, and that's $25 million. They're just seeking the authority to spend up to that amount. The Animal Health Board has requested $70,783 for avian flu outbreak in the state. There's going to be an amendment in a few minutes to add to that. Apparently, we received some information yesterday about an outbreak in southeast Mississippi, and we've got an amendment that will increase that amount of money if it's passed. Next is $625,000 for youth court support programs. We've got a shortage of intake officers in our courts, and in our attempt to attack this problem we've got with some of the CPS issues and dealing with a lot of our youth that need assistance promptly, we've got a significant backlog in cases that need to be handled. So $625,000 will relieve that, and I anticipate that we'll put some additional funding in next year's budget to further assist to make sure that we don't have any children that are left behind because they can't get their information processed fast enough. Next is for 2 community colleges. They were not included, their salary schedules were not included through the teacher pay raise part. They're CTE teachers, career and technical education teachers. there in East Central Community College and Hines Community College. I think it was a total of 8 at East Central and, I can't remember exactly what it was at Hines. It was in the 20s, I believe, a number of teachers that were not included, but the total amount for East Central was 101, and this includes benefits too, 101,182 at Hines, $169,572. Additionally, the Board of Registered Professional Geologists Executive Director retired this year, did not have budgeted the leave amount that he was entitled to, which was $17,699. So we need to pay that. And then finally, we've got something from ITS. But ITS has been contracting with an outside vendor to do the cloud services for the state. And apparently we've had a lot of difficulties. Y'all remember we had a computer crash last year. Apparently we continue to have difficulties with this vendor, prominent vendor in the country. And ITS has determined that it'd be better for them to create their own cloud system and not have a contract. The cost of this is $5.5 million to set up a cloud system. Now, what you need to know is that we're not paying that vendor. That vendor's paid as the service is used. So it's not as though we signed a contract with them and we're obligated to additional money. Furthermore, ITS believes that if we do this, we're going to actually save money in the long run if we have our own cloud system. And there'll be an amendment offered in a few minutes that will switch that from public to private cloud system. The original bill, I think, has public in it, but we want to switch that to a private cloud environment. Mr. President, that's an explanation of the bill, and I'll be happy to yield to questions, or if not, I can go ahead and entertain and take up the proposed amendment and incorporate those changes. I think they're very minor, and if recognized, I'd like to do that at this point.
Once you cover the amendments, we've got 2 questions, Senator, as soon as you finish with those.
Okay. Well, my motion would be to amend the bill. You'll see on line 157, as I mentioned, the avian flu outbreak. The original amount was $70,783. The amount they're requesting now is an additional $150,000 for a total of $220,783. This is for the avian flu outbreak in our chicken houses they're dealing with. It was 10 chicken houses that were in, I said southeast, it's actually Leake County. I was thinking it was in Leakesville, but it's in Leake County. Just by way of information, during the Lawrence County outbreak, which necessitated the first amount of money, the industry lost $3 million per week in export. So this is serious business. I think everybody in here knows how important our chicken industry is and how it affects our economy. So if we don't get a handle on this, this could be a problem for our chicken growers, our poultry association, and for our state economy. So that's one change. The second change, as I mentioned, is on line 207, and that's changing the word public to private. Those are the 2 changes on the amendment. If there are questions on the amendment, I'll be happy to yield at this time.
All right, Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir? Passed. I'm sorry. Senator Blackwell, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed, and then we'll vote on the bill.
On behalf of Senators Parker, McClendon, I'd like the Senate to welcome Leadership DeSoto and Susan Fernandez from DeSoto County. Could you folks stand? Let us welcome you.
Thank you, and welcome to your capital. All right, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Okay, motion is to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Now, back on final passage, I'll yield for questions.
Any questions, Senator Horn? For what purpose, sir?
Question.
Yield for a question, Senator
I yield.
Hopkins. Senator Horn is recognized.
Thank
for
you,
question.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson, what is the total amount of the deficit appropriation in the bill?
The total amount, Senator, is $120,712,531. I'm trying to get a quick breakdown of capital expense and general funds. Some of the bigger ones were either federal or other support funds. But hold on one second. If you want that information, I can get you general and capital.
Yes, sir, I would like that. Will it also contain a breakdown on all the projects?
General funds, 20,625,000. Capital expense, 16,306,000.
And the rest is federal?
And change.
And the rest is federal?
The rest is going to be federal and special.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Horn.
I've got a couple of questions.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So you mentioned that in the deficit, there are funds set aside to pay for legal fees on different cases the state's involved with.
Correct.
And could you tell us how much has been spent on the litigation involving takeover of the Jackson Airport?
I don't think that was one of the that's not in the deficits.
So the legal fees we're putting in this bill do not include the airport litigation fees? Okay, thank you. And is there any money in here, we've heard talk about the housing facilities for veterans possibly being relocated. Is there any money in this for any pre-planning for the relocation of that facility?
Which facility?
The housing for veterans that's over in West Jackson.
No, I don't think so. I mean, there is a request for the various veterans' homes, and this is all special funds, but it's 1.266 million.
Is there any pre-planning requests in there in that?
I don't think so. I don't know if let me ask. No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none,
There's no other questions. I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
This morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present. Simmons, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. On item 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm trying to find Senate Bill 2961. I would call that bill up and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2961, appropriations additional for various state agencies for fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024.
Okay, thank you. Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that I referenced that would be kept alive through conference, a few deficits that are not as urgent, but that certainly I think would be needed before we conclude this year. And the first is from the Ethics Commission. It's $24,961. This includes $14,960 in contractual services for IT management and another $10,000 for contractual services for employment. As I explained to the committee yesterday, we've had an incredible increase of open meetings, public records requests, and we have a backlog currently of 32 public records cases and 11 open meetings cases. And the hearing officer simply just can't get all of those done in the time allotted. And so what we're seeking to do because of this backlog is see if we can get this corrected. I believe the Ethics Commissioner told me in approximately, don't hold me to the number, approximately 20 years has never been a deficit request. But I know how important it is for folks to be able to have their cases on open meetings and public records requests heard. And I think for the small amount of money, it's worth it to see if we can get them caught up on that. I don't know if this is going to be a continuing trend or not, but it's something I certainly look forward to talking with him about and that agency to see if this is going to continue or if this is just a one-time push. But there appear to be a lot more requests in that regard. Next is a request for MEMA, and these are funds that MEMA has incurred for the Jackson water crisis, $6.5 million in deficit. The amounts, there's several categories of dollars that have been spent by the state for utilization on the Jackson water crisis. These are capital expense funds, and the amount being requested is $6,518,942. If you need to, I can break down some of the costs. Now, there's a total amount that's owed of about $13,730,000. Some of those are reimbursable expenses. Some are not reimbursable expenses through FEMA. But a significant amount of the Jackson water crisis issue will be borne by the state, and they may have this could adjust, and that's another reason this is being kept open, because we might have more information before the end of session to know what that would cost. And then also, we've got the pending litigation on the Jackson water crisis. There were 3 lawsuits filed against the City of Jackson and the State Department of Health related to the quality of water in Jackson and the amount of legal fees. Last year, we did a deficit on that for $865,000. This year, the amount is $1,103,950 for our defense for the Department of Health for the Jackson water crisis. That's an explanation of the bill, and I will yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready to proceed, Senator.
I'll move adoption by use of the morning roll
Use of morning
call.
roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins, you're recognized. Senator Harkins passed. Motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider, beginning with number 9. Pass. Okay, gentlemen. Number 10, pass. Number 11, Senator Fillingham is recognized. 9 and 10 pass. We're on 11.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2239, state law enforcement officers authorize use of uniforms, weapons, and vehicles off duty while performing security services.
Motion to table the motion to reconsider.
Motion to table. Questions? Senator Pope, you're recognized for a question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak on the motion at the proper time.
Okay, I see no further questions, Senator Pope, so this would be the... Right.
Senator Barnett would like to speak in favor of tabling.
Okay. Senator Polk, you can come forward, please, sir. The ones in favor speak first. Senator Barnett, you're recognized to speak in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. I know that there's been a lot of questions that's been asked in regards to this bill. But just on yesterday in this body, we passed a bill that did similar to what this bill is asking. And the bill that was passed yesterday, we allow the Capitol Police to be able to patrol other areas of the city of Jackson. And this bill is similar to that. And what we're asking here is not for the highway patrol or any other state officers to be able to just patrol at their will, but to be able to have the opportunity to work a secondary job in law enforcement when they are not working at their particular job. And the reason for this, ladies and gentlemen, is that we can either do 2 things here today. We can give highway patrol and these other officers the raise that they so desperately need to keep them in the state of Mississippi. Or we can act like they don't exist and let them cross state lines after we spent thousands of dollars in training them. Or we could just simply allow them to be able to work some part-time hours at another job when the opportunity presents itself. And again, this is not only just limited to highway patrol, but this is for other state officers as well. Capitol Police can have a presence more in the city of Jackson. Maybe this will cut down on them having to be able to patrol other areas of the city of Jackson. We have our Mississippi Parks, Wildlife, and Fisheries agencies that may be able to assist municipalities or counties if they are short in officers. We have some individuals at our Department of Corrections, and we know that that's been a problem in retaining those people. So why are we not willing to allow these other agencies to be able to work on a part-time basis when needed to keep them in state? Or we willing to give them the raise that they desperately need? And I think that this will allow us to be able to keep them in the state and keep them in their communities. We're not saying that they just work from county to another county across, across this state, but just keep them in their community. I think that their presence will be good in our community and allowing them to do this. And we've done this for our local police, and we've done this for our sheriffs, but we're telling our highway patrol and our those individuals that work for MDOC and maybe our fisheries that, hey, it's okay for them to do it, but it's not okay for you to do it. But then we're also saying to the state of Mississippi, it's okay that we spend thousands upon thousands of dollars every year or every time that we have a class and train them, and 6 months later they walk across the state lines because other people are willing to pay them more than we are doing here in the state of Mississippi. And I'm asking you all to be in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Senator Fellingham, you have 1.5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I want to echo what Chairman Barnett just said. We have spoken with Commissioner Tyndall. He is in favor of this bill. We've been working closely with him on this. And of course, the insurance provisions that were in the previous bills when we allowed our locals to do this is also embodied in this bill as well. So there are good questions that were asked, and I echo those questions, but I think we've done a very good job, hopefully, of crafting legislation that protects the state as well as allowing the opportunity to retain these good officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fellingham. Senator Polk, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Opposed to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we need to clear up a few things. Number one, yesterday, the senator said that there was a similar bill, and it was similar, but it affected other state agencies or other local governments. What this bill does is allow a law enforcement agent of the state of Mississippi to use his uniform, his or her uniform, handgun, and vehicle on private security duty. The second thing that we need to talk about is the monies that they will make as a private security guard. We are not trying to stop that ability. We're trying to make sure that they don't use state property in that, because many of you know in the last 10 years, a lot has changed. And if there is a state law enforcement officer that is using state property to patrol something on a private security detail, you know and I know at one point, sometime, there is going to be a mishap, and it's not going to be good. And the state of Mississippi is going to be blamed for that, and not the private security firm. I think this puts our state in a big position to where we can really have some bad press, and we know the way the press is today, they're going to jump all over it and do their best to damage our state. So I would urge you, please, let's not table the motion.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir? You have a question for Senator Polk?
Question, yes, sir, Mr.
Will
President.
you, Senator Polk?
I do.
You're recognized, Senator Hobson.
And Senator Polk, what you're saying is that you don't have a problem with the officers making the extra money, but it's just not doing it with the state uniform on and the state vehicle, et cetera. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Other questions? Seeing none, Senator Fellingham.
I simply move to table and ask for a roll call vote.
Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Brannon, Bryan, Butler of the 36, Butler of the 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chassenall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fellingham, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Hope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chisholm, DeBar, England, Frazier, Harkins, Horn, McClendon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Younger, voting yes or yay. Barnett, Boyd, Butler to 38, Kaufman, Chazanall, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, McCon, McDaniel, McMahon, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Barrett, Branning, Bryan, Chisholm, DeBar, Frazier, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Moran, Polk, Seymour, and Whaley.
Senator DeBar, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I'd like to announce a pair.
Please proceed, Senator, for pair.
If Senator Albert Butler were here, he'd vote aye, and I'd vote nay.
Butler, aye. DeBar, nay. Senator Blackman, for what purpose, ma'am?
To the vote,
Please proceed.
I vote no.
No. Senator Blackwell,
To the vote,
please proceed.
I vote no.
No. Anyone else? Senator McClendon,
To the vote,
please proceed.
I vote aye.
Aye. McClendon.
We're going to do Black.
Anyone else?
I mean, DeBar.
Anyone else?
Butler's not here.
Senator DeBar. Senator Butler has not been here, so he's ruled as not being present to pair. Would you like your vote counted?
Yes, I vote no.
No. DeBar.
Okay. 13, 18, 21, 23, 28, 31, 10, 31, 15. The motion passed at 31 yeas, 15.
By a vote of 31 yeas, 15 nays, the motion passes. We're on number 12. Senator Pope. 13. Senator Fillingane. 14. Senator Fillingane. 15. Senator Turner Ford. 16. Senator Tate. Passed. 17. Senator Kaufman. Senator Kaufman is recognized. Senator, we're on 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up that item.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2218, third-party service, prohibit from using name, likeness, trademark, or intellectual property of merchant without agreement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to reconsider the vote on this bill and ask the author, Senator McMahon, to speak on it.
Senator McMahon. All in favor of reconsider, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator McMahon.
Mr. President, thank you. Senator Kaufman, thank you. Yesterday, I presented a bill, the Senate Bill 2218, and I was listening very closely to the chamber. You had a lot of good questions. I've taken all of those into consideration. What I'm asking you to do is help me help these small and medium-sized restaurants. Before you, there is a Mississippi Hospitality and Restaurant Association letter on your desk, and it explains what the issue is. The market is changing because of e-commerce. And what I'm asking you to do as a body to help me help them, and let's move this bill forward to the House. We'll make the adjustments to the language, and then we'll bring it back if it includes and addresses all of your concerns. If it doesn't, I won't bring it back. But I'm asking you, please, let's get this in conference. If I need your help with it, if you will consider that. I do want to put a human side on this. You know, it's not the big restaurants or your big third-party providers that where the problem is. It's the smaller regional third-party suppliers and smaller restaurants, medium-sized restaurants. They're losing customers because when you're hungry as a person, you go in and you want to do business with somebody, you've printed a menu, and you want to order it and the prices are different. They're like, no, this is the menu. It's just a big argument. And a lot of times when people go to a restaurant and they have an argument or they have a bad experience, they will not go back to that restaurant a second time. So I'm asking you to please vote in favor of the bill. Let's move it forward. I will not bring something back down here that doesn't address each and all of your concerns. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I will.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. I'm reading the letter that you've referenced, and which is from the Hospitality Association and Restaurant Association. And they say it's not their intent to hinder the ability of third-party providers. And they, I guess, are asking, they support passage. However, they say, we do, however, request that control measures be put in place to respond to those who operate outside of any agreement and misrepresent the restaurants. Are those control measures in this bill, or if we pass it, how is it going to come back to us with those control measures?
We're going to take everyone's considerations, the questions that were raised here yesterday. We're going to take that into consideration. I'm going to come to some of the members that had questions about it before I bring it back down here.
Is there a reverse repealer in it?
Yes, sir.
There is?
Yes, sir. I'm asking for your support to just move it forward and let's get it in conference so we can talk about it.
And so those control measures, which I hear what you're saying, will be discussed and put into place before the bill comes back before this body, should the House, I mean, it's.
If it doesn't address a lot of the questions that I heard from this body yesterday, we'll not bring it back.
Well, I understand that, but the Restaurant Association is saying control measures, and I'm not sure what those are, but I do understand, but you're willing to work with
Yes,
those.
sir, I am.
Okay. You are?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and reverse repealers in it?
Reverse repealers in the bill.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Seeing no,
I ask for passage on the morning roll call.
use of the morning roll call. Roll call. Is there any requested? Mr. Clerk, please read roll.
Barnett. Barrett.
We're back on top. We've already taken that.
So we're calling the roll. Final passage.
Start with the first call.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Blackwell. Butler to 36. Carter. Chisholm. Frazier. Hobson. Johnson. Michelle. Norwood. Sojourner. Turner Ford. Whaley. Voting yes or yay. Barnett. Barrett. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hill. Horn. Jackson. Jordan. Kirby. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Moran. Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Butler of the 38th, Hickman, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, and Thomas.
Senator McCon, for what purpose?
To the vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I don't believe my name was called 2 times, so on the second time I would have voted aye.
McCon. Thompson, on address.
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
1 second, we're just about finished here. Senator Barnett.
Same introduction out of order.
1 second, please, sir. Senator Hobson,
Thank you, Mr. President. To the vote,
please proceed.
I voted aye.
Aye. Hobson. 1 moment, please, and we'll do the introductions. Passes 40 yeas, 6 nays. Senator Thompson, you're recognized for an introduction out of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, please join me in welcoming in the North Gallery the Honorable Judge Leslie Southwick from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals and his staff and clerks, Tanya, Rohan, Reese, Emma, and McKenna. Welcome to the Mississippi State Senate, Judge.
Y'all will recall Judge Southwick walked all across Mississippi one time to get elected, so he's like us. So welcome, Judge. Glad you're here. Thank you. Senator Boyd,
Introduction out of order.
please proceed. Senator Barnett, I'll come to you next.
Thank you. Would y'all please help me welcome our doctor of the day, Dr. Catherine Pannell. And she has 2 first-year medical students who are following her today from William Carey, Deepa, and Nikita. Welcome to your capital.
Senator Barnett, for an introduction out of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask Ms. Jessica Robertson and Mr. Michael Johnson sitting in the West Gallery to please stand. And these are 2 friends of mine. One's a cosmetologist who teaches at cosmetology school, and one's the other is a barber that teaches barber school. And I'd just like the Senate to make them welcome to the Mississippi State Capitol.
Thank you. On the calendar, number 18, Fillingane, pass. 19, Harder, pass. 20, Kaufman. Senator Kaufman is recognized. 20, Senate, on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2647, Real Estate Licensee, Revised Liability.
I move to table the motion to reconsider.
Table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. General Bills 21. Senator Delano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item number 21 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2140, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2140, National Security on State Devices and Networks Act, create.
Thank you. I'd like to make the usual motions, please.
Takes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back in January 11th of this year, the governor issued an executive order that falls right in line with the bill that was introduced at the beginning of this session. As all of you know, TikTok has become an issue for national security on the state networks, and this bill, again, follows exactly what the governor's executive order has, and it says that that TikTok may not be used on any state-operated networks or state-operated devices. I do have an amendment to this that I will add once we adopt the committee sub, but I'll yield for any questions at this time.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, let's go to the amendment, Senator.
Well, actually, you want me to adopt the committee sub first?
Yes, please.
I'd like to go ahead and make, or adopt the committee sub.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed on the amendment to the committee substitute.
Thank you. There was one other thing that the governor's office added, and it was a provision that allowed for law enforcement agencies of the state or political subdivisions to use TikTok for the purpose of, if they're carrying out their official duties for a bona fide law enforcement purpose and investigation. And that is an explanation of the amendment to the committee sub. Are there any questions on you for adoption of the amendment?
Questions on the amendment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Okay, now back on the bill. There are no other questions I'd like to yield, or I'd like to move for final passage.
On the morning roll call, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Final passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Barr. You're recognized on 22, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2364, Mississippi Adequate Education Program, bring forward provision related to. And make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up the committee sub and be asked to recognize to explain.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. All the committee sub does is bring forward the code sections on MAEP. What's different in the committee sub from the original bill is the committee sub adds a reverse repealer. This will just allow it to keep it alive. Make sure it comes back to the Senate if anything can be worked out with the House in conference. So with that, I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Questions? Question on the committee substitute.
If there are none, I move for adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move for passage by use of the morning roll
Use
call.
of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Mr. Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Chairman Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 23 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2002. Ask the title be read, please.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2002, Memorial Highways, designated segment of US 45 in Lowndes County for World War II Army veteran Bradford C. Freeman.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a memorial highway bill to designate Highway 45 in Lowndes County as in memory of deceased World War II Army veteran Private First Class Bradford Clark Freeman and for related purposes. And at the appropriate time, I have an amendment at the desk.
Appropriate time. Would you place the amendment up, please?
You'll see the amendment on the screen. It does two different things. We've added a memorial highway for Senator Norwood, and this is going to be at Highway 49 intersection in Jackson on I-220 to be named after the Senator Douglas Anderson Memorial Highway. And the next thing this does, it adds a reverse repealer to take care of the requests that have been submitted, but the resolutions have not been provided. So those are the two things in the amendment. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions? All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
The motion is final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to be added as co-author to the previous amendment by Senator Branning for Senator Anderson.
Seeing no objection is granted. Motion.
The motion is final passage on the morning roll call.
1 second, Senator. We've got some others here. Senator Fraser.
Same request, Mr. President, to be added as a co-author to that amendment.
Thank you. Thomas, Simmons, Jackson, Jordan, Simmons, Horn. Anyone else? Anyone else? Butler. Okay. Unanimous consent is granted to be added. Senator, we're ready on your motion to use the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Of course, voted no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. 24, ma'am.
I'd like to pass 24 and 25 and 26 as they retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 27, Senate Bill 2588. Ask the title be read, please.
24, 25, 26 retain their place on the calendar. 27. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2588, Commissioner Dick Hall, Hospitality Station, MDOT to designate Warren County Welcome Center as.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
This bill is to designate the state hospitality station located in Vicksburg as the Commissioner Dick Hall Hospitality Station. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, the motion is passage on the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none. Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. 28.
I'd like to pass 28, ask it retain its place on the calendar. I'd like to go to item 29, ask the title be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 28.
Senate
retain
Bill
its
number
place on the calendar.
2562, Transportation, allow public and private partnerships to establish electric vehicle charging stations.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2562 was requested by the Department of Transportation, and this comes to us as a result from the IIJA, which was the big infrastructure package that passed in the fall of 2001, which basically reauthorized the 5-year federal program. But in the funds for MDOT, there was a subsection of $50 million for EV infrastructure build-out. So what the Department of Transportation is asking us to do is to authorize them to enter into or to allow public and private partnerships to establish the EV charging stations. They currently don't have the ability under our law to enter into these types of contracts for the build out. It's just something they've never done. And so it does require legislation to do so. You see in section 1, line 11, the requirement there would be to allow them to contract with governmental entities if that's appropriate for local governments. Section 2, you'll notice the language is there to allow them to contract with private companies, and that's probably what we'll see most of there. And then in section of line 27, when you see subsection 4 there, it talks about the maintenance that will happen and how MDOT will be involved with that. And I do have an amendment on the desk at the appropriate time.
Okay, questions on the bill? Okay, we're ready for the amendment, Senator. I'm sorry, Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you for a question, Senator?
I do, yes.
Please proceed, Senator.
Just a technical question, trying to understand what's going on here. So when you say partner with private entities, what would this partnership include? What would it look like? What are we doing and what are they doing?
So what it would look like, MDOT would actually be the pass-through for federal dollars, and the third-party contractors, which would be the private companies, would provide the services to install and maintain the electric charging stations. You'll see the language beginning on line 27 that talks about the project build-out and so forth.
So once it's built out, though, who would retain ownership of the charging station?
That's a good question. So after the 5-year partnership, the partnership will dissolve, and then the private entity that contracted with the Department of Transportation for the build-out will then take up the maintenance portion.
So, but within the 5 years, would MDOT maintenance or would the private company maintenance?
The private company. My understanding is MDOT will be totally out. They're just the pass-through agency through their federal program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
For a question, Senator.
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Seymour, with a question.
Mr. Chairman, would this be in the public right-of-way of MDOT?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for the amendment.
The amendment on the desk simply removes the word new in 2 places, line 23 and line 26. It simply didn't fit with the maintenance language that we had, because obviously once these are installed, at some point in time, they'll no longer be considered new. The purpose that we have here is for they'll still be maintained in the future by the contractor. And then we've added some language Nothing in this act shall have conflict with provisions of section 7733, 7735, and 77312. That just makes it clear that nothing here is construed to infringe upon any provider certificated area for the generation of electricity. I think that goes hand in hand with the bill that Chairman Carter brought out just a few days ago. So I'm happy to answer questions on the amendment. Otherwise, I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you, Senator,
Yes.
please proceed, Senator
Sorry,
Hickman.
Senator, I have one more thing that I needed to have asked you. Will this go through like a bid process? And I guess my other question is this what other states are doing in determining how to expend these funds?
Absolutely. It's part of the big federal package. So every state did receive funds in their package. It's the same requirements. In fact, I spent a lot of time last night reading through all the federal requirements. There's 87 pages worth of requirements that entails what each state has to do in their bid process, who can be a contractor, and what all the build-out requirements are, as well as any audit requirements that are there. So there's a lot of strings attached to make sure that these dollars are being spent in the manner that the federal government intends.
Thank you so much. Just want to make sure that, these processes are equitable and they can expand through all of our communities. Thank you.
Senator Delano, for what purpose?
Question, please.
For you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator.
Madam Chair, is there anything in this bill that would exclude this program from local building ordinances or electrical code or anything like that?
I haven't seen anything in the bill that would prohibit that.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Anything else? Any other questions? Okay, we're on the amendment, Senator.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Present. McDaniel. Present. Sojourner. Present. Hill. Present. Tate. Present. Blackwell. Present. Chisholm. Seymour. Present. Horn. Present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 30.
I'd like to go to that item, call it up, have the title read,
Clerk,
please.
please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2589, West Rankin Parkway, expand permission for use of federal funds.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Senate Bill 2589 is purposed to address a project that's been on the books for a long time, and MDOT actually has requested that we put this specific wording in so that they're able to fund the project. There's just some wording was left out that made put them in a position where they can only use federal funds, and they want the ability to pull for some other sources. There's no money in this bill, just the wording that would allow them to pull from additional funding sources. Happy to answer questions. Otherwise, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chairman, I just want to know how much money is in this bill.
There is no money in this bill, Senator Jordan. My understanding is MDOT has the money to spend on this project, but they just need the wording in the bill so they can pull that money out of different pots of money. But this bill does not authorize a certain dollar amount.
You have no idea about, since it doesn't give a certain dollar amount, you don't have, if it does come to materialize, you don't have an idea how much money will be involved?
I don't have that with me, Senator Jordan, but I can get you all the information you would like on this project, including what has been spent in the past and what they expect to expend on it in the future. Happy to do that for you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? Okay, Senator, we're ready.
Final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none? Bill passes. Chairman Fillingane, you're recognized. We're on 31, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 31, called up, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2101, criminal law, increased penalties for crimes of fleeing a law enforcement officer, resisting arrest, and carjacking.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
I would like to go to the committee substitute and explain it, Mr.
You're
President.
recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you've got a couple of handouts that are circulating through just now that relate to this bill, but I'll go ahead and start explaining Section 1. This bill deals with the penalties for fleeing a law enforcement officer, and what it does in Section 1 states that fleeing law enforcement officer in a motor vehicle which results in bodily harm, we would increase the minimum sentence from its current 3 years up to 10 years. And then for fleeing a law enforcement in a motor vehicle resulting in the death of someone, we would increase in this committee substitute the minimum, which is currently a 5-year sentence, and increase that to a 20-year sentence. There would be no change in the portion of Section 1 that deals with the failure to yield to a law enforcement officer, which is a misdemeanor. Section 2 then deals with resisting arrest. And if you are looking at the committee substitute, lines 52 through 59 contains a provision for a misdemeanor version of this, and we leave it intact. But what we do in Section 2, starting on line 60 through 67, is that we create a felony version of that if there's a harm to the law enforcement officer, a serious bodily injury, then that would become a felony, which could land you up to 2 years in the Mississippi Department of Corrections. And then the final section of this deals with a specific crime of carjacking, and what this does would include a minimum sentence for carjacking to not less than 5 years with a maximum of 15 years, and then includes a minimum sentence for the specific crime of armed carjacking, which is where you use a weapon to conduct this carjacking, of not less than 10 years or a maximum of 30 years. So those are the changes embodied in the committee substitute. There is an amendment I would like to add after we conclude with the committee substitute, but I'm happy to answer any questions on the committee sub originally.
Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order at the proper time.
One moment, sir. Thank you, Senator Horn. Any other questions? Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir? Okay, Senator Norwood passes. 1 moment. Okay, seeing no other questions, we're ready to adopt
adoption of the committee substitute, Mr.
All in
President.
favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, we're on the amendment, sir.
All right, the amendment simply states that the minimum terms that were just adopted in the committee substitute under the bill shall not be reduced or suspended, nor shall such person be eligible for probation or parole before the expiration of the minimum term of the incarceration. That's what the amendment does. I'm happy to answer any questions on it.
Senator Norwood. Senator Simmons.
Question on the amendment, Mr. President.
Would you yield?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Simmons, on the amendment.
Yep, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fillingham, that amendment applies. I know you talked about we in the bill had provisions for misdemeanors and also felony if it causes harm.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we're not on the bill, but this particular lines 3 through 7 of this amendment applies to which one of those crimes?
Carjacking is what the intent is to apply to the minimums on carjacking.
So the felony fleeing portion of the bill, where you explained in your introduction that we have created a misdemeanor, and then we also made aggravation
Yes, sir.
Factors when you cause harm to an officer. This does not apply to those.
That is not my intent, no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed. He yields for a question.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. So is this another Hinds County bill?
No, sir. This would apply statewide.
Okay. The statistics that were handed out to me, they're all, the detailed statistics, they're all related to Hinds County. I mean, I have some numbers that are just general numbers from other counties, but all of the detailed statistics, they're all Hinds County.
Well, thank you for bringing that question up. So based on our conversation earlier this week, where you had asked about, do you have statistics on these particular bills, I wanted to try and provide that to you and to the whole Senate. And so what I was provided with by the Mississippi Department of Corrections, of course, you'll see on the one that's colored in the light blue, you have the statistics for the entire state where armed carjackings are taking place. Now, I think you can see that happens all over the state. It is more pronounced in certain parts of the state, i.e. Hinds County and Madison County have by far the largest number of overall carjackings, armed carjackings, with Hinds having 48 and Madison County having 28. But as you can see, DeSoto County had 6, Jackson County on the coast had 4, Warren County over in the western part of our state had 8. So it is spread throughout the state, but I think it is fair to say that if you're looking at where the hot spots are, certainly Hinds and Madison counties are by far and away the highest. And then on the more specific statistics, you were asking, and I think maybe Senator Horn was asking in our earlier discussions about some of the other bills in relation to the Capitol Police and some of that, how was that affecting the number of prosecutions and the number of crimes being charged in Hinds County specifically? So we have specific from Hinds County, some statistics dealing with the crimes of carjackings. We have statistics showing the 81 currently pending carjacking cases. And then you see a breakdown, which I think is important, more specifically to the question about the Capitol Police impact, maybe more so than just this bill, when you see the first couple of lines of this second handout, which is not colored in any way, as showing the cases filed prior to 2021 being 2,240 versus those counts filed after being, a certain number too. So you are seeing an impact with more law enforcement presence being able to investigate crimes and bring charges.
And I appreciate you for giving me an analysis of the data, which I've gone through.
Yes, sir.
But I guess my question is, while this data is helpful,
yes,
it would also be helpful for us to be able to draw accurate comparison as it relates to this bill in particular, if we had data like we have on Hinds County for the rest of the state. And so I certainly appreciate your efforts at satisfying some of the questions that I posed the other day. And I rest on all the same questions and all the same arguments I made the other day.
I appreciate your questions. They're good ones. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You're here for a question?
Yes, sir,
Senator.
of course.
Senator Horn's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Fillingham.
Yes, sir.
Now, we've got this delineated information about Hinds County, but the penalties that are contained in this bill, along with your amendments, will apply to any commission of crime anywhere in Mississippi.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes, sir.
It's not special to Hinds County.
No, not at all. This applies uniformly statewide if the Senate adopts this language.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Yes,
you, Mr.
sir.
President. And Mr. President, introduction at the proper time.
Okay, we'll have an introduction. Just one second. We're just about to finish here. We're on the amendment.
I move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
If no other questions, I move adoption based on the morning roll call.
The morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Hickman, no. Simmons, no. Simmons, no. Thomas, no. Frazier, no. Jackson, no. We got S. Simmons and D. Simmons, Mr. Clerk. Anyone else? Blackwell, no. Bryan, no. Anyone else? Senator Butler, K, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Chairman Blackwell. Chairman Blackwell, you're recognized. Chairman Blackwell passes number 32. Chairman Moran, 33, sir. Chairman Moran. Chairman Moran passes 33. Chairman Polk. Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass number 34 and 35 and let them retain their place on the calendar. Go to 36. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2853, Small Unmanned Aircraft Systems require state purchase and servicing of from American companies only. Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Like to consider the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator Pope.
Mr. President, I'd like you to recognize Senator Wiley to explain the bill.
Senator Wiley, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2853 deals with small unmanned aircraft, otherwise known as drones. And basically what this bill does, it says that a domestic manufacturer incorporated and headquartered in the United States with a majority of the ownership comprised by an American company and citizens will be the sole manufacturer and builder of drones used throughout our state agencies from this point going forward. Also, it outlines provisions that it does not apply to an institution of higher learning in the state, which is federally designated as a research center. And the reason why that's important is because we have a research facility in the state that buys these drones and reverse engineers them. That way we can learn more about these. And I do have an amendment coming that I'm waiting on the desk. So
one moment, please, Senator. While we're waiting, Senator Norwood, I think you had an introduction out of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery, I'd like Senate help me welcome Miss Dr. Corrine Anderson and a group of ladies here with different organizations, but on the umbrella of STAND. Dr. Anderson, would you please stand? Let's Senate make her feel welcome.
Senator Horn for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, joining Senator Norwood and the entire Jackson delegation, this group is a stand. They actually are from a lot of parts of Mississippi, but I don't know if he's the better half of Dr. Corinne Anderson or if he's the lesser half, but we have Mr. Hank Anderson in the West Gallery. And Hank also has the distinction of having been head of the agency that is now called the Department of Finance and Administration. Hank, would you stand and have the Senate make you welcome? And Mr. President, several other good friends of mine, the longstanding Democratic National Committee woman, Ms. Johnny Patton, is with us. Ms. Patton, if you will stand, have us make you welcome. Longtime Rankin County Republican Party Chairwoman, Ms. Rita Ray. Rita, if you stand and have us make you welcome. I did. And certainly Ms. Mary Crump, we call her Miss Mississippi Valley State University. Mary, if you'll stand. And Mr. President, I'd like to ask all the members of STAND if they will stand and have the Senate make them welcome. And my apologies on anyone we didn't, any others that we didn't single out. I see Monique up there. Monique. So all y'all just wave your hands and have the Senate make you welcome.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Hickman for an introduction, sir.
Yes, one brief introduction. Senator Horn has done a great job of introducing this whole group, but a good friend of mine who has been extremely helpful to me, Dr. Kyra Roby, is up there with that group. Would you stand and let the Senate make you feel welcome? Welcome to your capital.
Senator Blunt for an introduction, sir.
Yes, Mr. President, I had a lot of distinguished guests introduced this morning, but I think Senator Norwood and Senator Horn just about covered them, but we appreciate y'all being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Simmons for an introduction.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, last one, then we'll get to the bill.
it's just so many great women up there, and I see in the West Gallery, Mr. President, Teresa Kennedy and Cassandra Welston. Thank you all for being here. They're two good friends of mine. Thank you all.
Okay. Senator Whaley, we need to adopt a committee substitute, I believe. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to adopt the committee sub, please. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator. Thank you. Now for the amendment. Amendments on the screen, sir. Basically, what this amendment does, it gives our state agencies a year deferment time to get their self in order and do away with these drones, and that's basically what the amendment does. Questions on the amendment, Senator Butler? Okay, on the amendment, Senator Frazier, on the amendment or on the bill? Okay. Okay, we have no questions. We're ready on your motion, sir. Move past the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All right, ayes have it. Senator, we're back as amended on the bill, final passage. Move for passage by the morning roll call if there's no questions. Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Question for Senator Whaley. Will you yield, Senator?
I do.
Senator Butler, you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Whaley.
Yes, sir.
Now, I was looking at the title. Are you saying that all of these drones have to be made in America?
They have to be made by a domestic manufacturer in the United States of America. Yes, sir.
Okay, so all American parts, everything?
Everything, yes, sir.
How they gonna do that?
Well, I had the same
in a global world we live in, how they gonna do that?
Absolutely. So I had the same question, and I had the fear of coming up here and presenting something like this and not being able to answer that for you. So I did my homework before I even dropped the bill. And what I found out that there is actually a company in Mississippi that is headquartered in Senator Boyd's district, has a manufacturing facility in Senator Park's district, and a repair facility in Senator McClendon or Senator Parker. I'm not sure. I'm going to let them fight over whose district that's in. But this company does every single piece of this equipment in the state of Mississippi. So to answer your question, not only in the United States, but in the state of Mississippi.
All right, now, again, I want you to know I'm okay with that. It's just that I've never heard anything like that.
Yes, sir.
Especially nowadays with everything that we do, everything is global. You know, we got pieces of everybody's product in every car. Perfect example. We had all these different kind of parts that go in to make one car. But you're saying now that we're able to do this all in Mississippi, or else we just won't have the drone.
I'm saying we will do every piece of this in the state of Mississippi. And I'm going to go further. I wanted to take this bill further, and I wanted to go to other electronic devices, such as computers, phones. Right. Me and Senator Hill have worked on that. But what we've ran into is we had more questions that came up, and I wouldn't have been able to answer them for you like I'm doing right now. So I'm not going to bring you something out that I don't know the answers to, and this is all taken care of. We can do it in the state of Mississippi and the United States. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry, Senator Whaley. Senator Suber, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
No, sir.
Yes, sir, I will. All right, Senator Suber, you're recognized for a question.
Now, will this just apply to the state of Mississippi?
Yes,
As
sir.
far as the state agencies?
Yes, sir. This is just our state agencies.
Will this affect our counties or our towns? Because it does say, or any agency or political subdivision. So, you know, I do have sheriff departments that do use drones, and they were against this because, you know, they, for whatever reason, they like to get them from China.
Well, I understand that, and I'm going to say this. When you talk about the drones and you talk about national security, we're doing assessments, and you have all types of technology that's going back to servers in China. And I don't think that that's the best place for our information to be going back to. So whether or not they want to buy it from China or not, I don't think it's the safest thing. If TikTok is not allowable because it's dangerous, surely maps of our bridges, lakes,
levees, railroads, bridges. Surely you don't want that being taken back.
And I don't disagree with you. I just
Right.
know we all have all these electronic devices. You probably got one in your pocket that was not made in the United States. It was probably made in China, Taiwan, or somewhere overseas. So I'm just curious if this is actually going to be possible to do.
Yes, sir, it is going to be possible. And another thing that I went as far to, and this will go back to Senator Butler's question, I asked about cost of this equipment. The cost is relatively in line. Some of them are actually less expensive. Some of them are a little bit more expensive. It just depends on the bells and whistles, as you would call it, that you want. So not only can we do this in the state of Mississippi, we can do it for around the same price as well.
Okay. And the only other concern, like I said, the concern I've got here is just when it says other agency or political subdivision, you don't want to clarify whether or not that means or towns.
I do believe that your counties are going to be covered under this as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President, to the chairman.
Yes, sir.
I want, yes. Are these drones used widely for farming equipment? Are they used for farm?
Well,
Are they used to aid farming?
In the agricultural world, yes, sir. In the private sector, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned. How widely are they used to, what do they do? And just kind of elaborate a little on how they're used reference to agriculture.
Okay, well, I can do that for you, but I am going to say this right now. This will have no effect on the private sector. We're not telling a private individual who they can buy from. We're just saying the state agencies. But to your question, these are used for aerial applications of pesticides and herbicides now. That's one thing that they're using them for.
Okay. Now, you're concerned right now about the manufacturer of them. Who should make them? That's what this bill is about.
Yes, sir.
The United States should make them, shouldn't we?
Absolutely. That's what my bill says.
You bet, rather than somebody else. We have the technology to do it. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir, we do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. All right, Senator. Question? You have a question? Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
One question, Mr. President.
All right. Senator Simmons, were you here for a question, Senator?
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. Does the bill have a reverse repealer in it?
It does not have a reverse repealer. No, sir. Personally, myself, I am opposed to the reverse repealer.
Okay.
I won't stand in the way of the body, but I am opposed to it. I think we've got a well thought out piece of legislation before us. It's going to aid in our state security and also our national security. It supports national and Mississippi businesses, so I don't see any reason for a reverse repealer.
And I'm in complete favor of all of that, Mr. Chairman. I guess my concern is, if state agencies and or local units of governments were able to find a cheaper vendor, we are basically saying they cannot take the lowest and best vendor or bidder. They literally have to actually select this company, which may be a higher cost to the people in that area.
I'm saying it has to be a U.S.-based company. I'm not saying just the one in Mississippi. I'm saying a U.S.-based company. So we have the state agencies will have several options across the United States. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you for yielding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question kind of along those same lines. One, does this conflict with our laws that require there to be, them to pick the best and lowest bid or when they're purchasing?
Not from what I understand, because you're going to be able to get multiple bids from across the United States as there are multiple suppliers.
But these companies that come from across the United States, they have to manufacture every part of this device within the United States.
Absolutely. And as to the point that I made to Senator Butler, I was careful to make sure that this was possible because I did not want to hamstring our state agencies to the point of where they could not get the product that they needed. I didn't want them to be without. So I was careful to make sure that all these questions were answered. I got my questions answered, and I'm telling you that they they are able.
So was there a cost analysis were the prices similar or cheaper when you found these companies that were all U.S. made compared to maybe companies who may have ordered a button from somewhere else?
Absolutely, and I believe it was Senator Suber that I had the same question from when that was the next thing. Once I found out that it was possible to manufacture all of this in the United States of America, I went back to see cost analysis because I could foresee into the future that someone was going to answer this as well as they should have. And what I found is, depending on the bells and whistles that you wanted to put on the drones, some of them were a little bit more expensive, some of them could have been a little less expensive, or some of them could have been in the exact same range as the competitors from overseas. So I'm fully of the understanding that this is taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senator Barr, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You're here for a question, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Senator Barr is recognized for a question.
Just a quick question, Mr. Chairman. Reading through the bill, does this apply to our National Guard as well that may use drones or not? Or
Absolutely, and to that point as well, I made the same question because the National Department of Defense is actually following up on this as well, and they have passed several provisions within the Department of Defense, so this would go along with a lot of their same provisions.
they support this then, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
If they do not support it, they have not told me.
okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Thank you, Senator Barr. Okay, Senator, I think that's all the questions.
Ask for passage on the morning roll call.
This is the morning roll call has been requested. Any objective procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Simmons. D. Hickman. Suber. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you. 36, Senator Bryan. Pass. 37. 37, Senator Bryan passes. Retains place on the calendar. Chairman Fillingain. Chairman Fillingain passes on 38. Chairman Carter, 39. Chairman Carter passes on 39. Retain his place on the calendar. Chairman Polk. Chairman Polk passes on 40. Retains his place on the calendar. Chairman Moran. Chairman Moran, 41.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask that that be brought, pull that title up and read it, please, on number 41, Senate Bill
Mr. Clerk, please read the
2544.
title.
Senate Bill number 2544, Regulation of Oyster Beds and Water Bottoms by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources Bring Forward Authority.
Thank you. I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Okay. I'd like to recognize Senator Thompson to explain the bill and the amendment.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go ahead and jump to the amendment now so I can be recognized to explain the amendment.
He's got it.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 2544 is an effort to effectively take the state out of maintaining and harvesting oyster bottoms in the Mississippi Sound. Sections 1 and 2 of the bill are technical changes to existing law, just replacing references to the commission with references to the department. The crux of the bill is in Section 3, which sets up the oyster bottom lease program for the Department of Marine Resources. At lines 62 through 72, we limit the lease area to 1,000 acres per lessee. Line 73 down through 98 sets up the application process for the lessees to make an application to the department. Upon receiving the application, the department can either issue the lease or deny the lease with reasons for same. The leases are for 15-year terms. The lessee gets an automatic first right of refusal, and the rate's $2 to $15 per an acre. The reason being it depends on the quality of the water bottom there and how much mulch material the lessee would have to bring in. On lines 146 to 152, we added to existing law a liability limitation for the state whereby the lessee doesn't create a cause of action or have a cause of action against the state for any damage to the bottom or the oysters due to coastal protection, restoration, or conservation efforts. Sections 4 through 16 are technical changes to existing law to reflect and incorporate this bottom lease program. Section 17, at the very last page, it's lines 609 through 613, repeals the pilot program we passed last year. And that's a brief explanation of the amendment. And if there are no questions, I move for adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Questions? Seeing none? Ready? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're on the bill.
If there are no further questions, I move for adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Okay. It's a good spot here. Appreciate everyone's hard work so far this morning. Senator Pope, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Till 2 p.m. today. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Senate come to order. I believe the next item on the calendar is item 42, Senator Branning. We'll pass and retain that item. Get my pen here. Item 43, Senator Bryan.
I would like to pass item 43, let it retain its place, and call up item 44.
We'll pass and retain item 43, go to item 44, Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2574, health and safety standards set by the State Board of Health require counties to comply.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I think there is a strike-all amendment in the file. I'd like to call up that amendment now, move its passage, and explain the amendment, if I may.
You're recognized for the amendment, Senator Bryan.
Members of the Senate, the strike-all amendment is essentially the same as the bill. It just contained a couple of linguistic changes to make sure that the flow of the words read better. The bill deals with the situation where boards of supervisors provide offices for county health departments, and then the State Department of Health provides employees. There are a number of instances where the existing buildings do not comply with ADA standards. They don't comply with HIPAA standards, and they just need new buildings. And so what this legislation does, it makes it clear that the State Department of Health can require those features in the buildings that are being provided. And it authorizes the counties to provide those buildings. It does not force the counties to. The counties are not forced to provide buildings now. But it does make clear that if you're going to have a county health office and you're going to provide a building, the State Department of Health can say, you've got to have these standards, or potentially they wouldn't staff it and would provide services some other way. That's what the amendment does. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Are there any questions on the amendment? We do have Senator Robert Jackson. Do you yield Senator Jackson for a question?
Yes.
Introduction out of order.
Oh, introduction. Okay. You're recognized too.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Ask you to call your attention to the West Gallery. We have some young ladies from the Mississippi Delta chapter of the Links Incorporated. They're all in black and green. I want to ask the Senate to make them feel welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. All right, next, no further questions. Motion is that we adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
Morning roll call.
Senators request to use the morning roll call, final passage. Any objection? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 45 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2575, State Department of Health provide that health insurers may not deny the right to participate as a contract provider.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
Move adoption of the committee substitute. And I believe there is in the file a strike-all amendment, and I offer the strike-all amendment as a substitute amendment for the committee substitute.
Would you like to explain, or do you?
Yes, I would like to explain.
Okay, you recognize.
Again, we had some difficulty, which probably is my fault, in that the committee substitute that was prepared was not the committee substitute we intended to have offered, and I think there's been some confusion about that. But fortunately, we've figured out what we've done, and so the bill that's before you is the proper committee substitute. This is the situation. The State Department of Health provides health services at various locations, primarily county health offices. And on some occasions, Mississippi Blue Cross Blue Shield in particular has not been recognizing those facilities as being in network or providing compensation as they would in other circumstances. What this bill simply does is to say, if you've got a health care insurance plan in Mississippi, the state county health offices are in network. And that's what it does. And so that's what the amendment that I've offered does, and I move adoption of the amendment.
Or should we adopt the committee sub, Senator Bryan, first and then amendment to the committee sub?
I'll be happy to go either way.
All right, let's do the committee sub first.
Okay, I move we adopt the committee substitute for consideration in lieu of the original bill.
Everyone understand the motion? Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I offer the amendment as strike all now amendment to the committee sub.
Senator moves strike all amendment to the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it now, Senator.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. All right, next item is item 46. Senator DeBar,
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2777, school attendance officers revised to increase the minimum base salary.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the committee sub in lieu of the original bill for the purposes of later presenting a strike all amendment.
All right, would you like to?
I'd like to explain. The committee sub, all it did was add a reverse repealer to the original bill, and I'll yield for any questions on the committee sub.
Okay, any questions on the committee sub?
If there are none, move for adoption.
Moves for adoption of the committee substitute. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think if we could put the strike all up on the screen and go to page or line number 145. What this strike all is, and this bill deals with school attendance officers. You probably heard and read a lot lately that the low pay that these folks have. There's not many of them throughout our state who perform these duties. But let me just tell you what they're getting paid now. The school attendance officers are broken down into three categories. There are those that have a bachelor's degree, and they start out at $24,500 roughly. And after 17 years, they're maxing out at $31,100. Then there are those classified, those who have a licensed social workers. Their beginning salary is $25,558, and they max out after 21 years at $35,415. And then there's a third category of social workers, and those are those that have a master's degree. Those begin at $26,382. After 21 years, they max out at $37,413. So what the strike all will do is obviously increase their salary. And we've combined the licensed social worker and the master's degree, because really those are advanced degrees, those are advanced programs that someone would have. And so if you're a social worker, or if you have a master's degree, you'll begin, or a social worker, your starting pay will be jumped up to $31,500. So an increase of approximately $6,000, $5,000 to $6,000. If you have a bachelor's degree, your starting pay would be $29,500. And kind of like the teacher pay raise we passed last year, we got step increases in each of those. In years 1 through 4, it'll be $400 per year step increase. And then in the 5-year increments, it'll be a $1,200 raise. At the year 25, it will be a $2,500 increase, kind of like same as teachers. And so we've got a fiscal note on this. We're looking at roughly $1.6 million for this to be implemented. And according to LBO, the average increase in salary for SAOs would be $9,904. And so that deals with the SAOs. Later in the bill, we've added a bill from language we passed last year regarding salaries for the state superintendent and the state or the community college director. On line 281, you'll see that the maximum salary for the state superintendent is $250,000, and the community college director is $250,000 as well, and that's on line 347. Currently, the new community college director, his salary is about $175,000, so they're well below that. The state superintendent, I think, that has been hired at a salary at $300,000. So that's an explanation of the strike all, Mr. President. I'll yield for any questions.
I believe Senator Albert Butler. Senator Butler, do you have a question?
Mr. President, introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this time I would like to ask Robin Metcalf to stand, a former co-worker of mine, also associated with the Links, and in addition to being associated with the Links, she's now served as the senior court judge of Harrison County. Let us welcome her to the stage.
Welcome to you, Senator. Senator Derek Simmons, do you have a question?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see Senator Whaley standing up there with one of his constituents, but she also was my high school mock trial coach, Shirley Byers, and she's a good friend of mine. I want the Senator to make her feel welcome.
Welcome to you, Senator. Senator Hickman, you have a question.
Yes, one quick question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Hickman?
I do.
I wasn't able to go down and pull up the bill, but I know last year we had a provision there that the salary would not have applied to the current superintendent. Does this salary, are we going to lower the superintendent's salary that we currently have by this bill, or does it start with the next one?
Yeah, there's no grandfather clause provision in this.
Okay, but so, and I guess my only question is, and I don't know, you may have talked with them and all of this, did our new superintendent come contingent upon the salary that they're receiving currently? And do you know how he'll feel about having a reduction in salary like this?
I've met the new nominee for state superintendent. The salary wasn't discussed. I've discussed it with the department in the off session as well as actually last month, and I told them this bill was out there and I was going to proceed with it as far as I could. And so they are aware of that. How the new superintendent feels, I have not discussed the salary with him.
And just, but you did say like I'm guessing, and I don't know how the contracting went, but I think he moved here, and I'm assuming that they contracted with him for a price, or they let him know like this is what you'll be making to come here. Right. And I think it's just, right. Again, you've probably had lots of conversation, but I just think it's a little weird that he's been here a short period of time and then we drop his salary by, however much.
Well, I think Dr. Taylor came in and accepted this position contingent on many things, salary being one of them. But ultimately it's contingent upon confirmation by this body. Correct. So I think all those things were in play when he came here, accepted the position.
Senator Kelvin Butler, do you have a question?
Question, Mr. President?
Do you yield Senator Butler for a question?
I do.
Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So was the attendance officers, were they on the bill? Were they missed last year or what? I mean, what happened with it?
Last year?
Yeah, last year. Were they
with the school attendance officers?
Yes.
We didn't have a bill last year. This is a brand new.
So we did not have a bill last year for them a raise.
That's correct.
And we're just trying to correct what we did. Okay.
Well, we're trying to take care of them this year.
Take care of them this time. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions? Seeing no questions, Senator move adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. Ayes have it. Senator DeVar.
If there are no further questions, I'll move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone who objects to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. I'm sorry. Senator Frazier?
Introduction out of order, please.
All right, well, that bill is passed. Senator
Yes,
Frazier.
it's passed. We also have some members of the Flores Bluff chapter and the Jackson chapter of the Links organization with us today visiting. So please make our Jackson Links welcome. The Flores Bluff chapter and the Jackson chapter. Please make them welcome.
Welcome to the Senate. Okay, the next item, item 47, Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
50,
Senator Bryan.
Automated External Defibrillator in Public Places Grant Program established.
Okay,
I make
now,
the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I ask the chair to recognize Senator Hobson, who will defend the bill.
Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In my defense, this bill was dropped about a day before the end of the session, end of the deadline for dropping bills, and this was after a discussion with former state medical president about the AEDs, lack of access to AEDs. Those are automatic external defibrillators. I think some of this arose after the Damar Hamlin incident, but the idea was to try to put some of these in public places around the state, maybe set up a grant program that people could purchase AEDs through the grant program. Dropped the bill, determined there are just way too many public places right now in Mississippi to be able to fund that, so thought better of it, and I've got a proposed amendment that would limit it, at least for the time being, to public schools and charter schools in the state. And so that's what the bill does, and the amendment just says that the AEDs would be available at those facilities. I did have several discussions with folks about trying to get this and, trying to figure out where the best places are to have AEDs. We've actually got 2 in the capital, as I understand it, but to be able to get them to public schools where you have a lot of sporting activities, and sometimes, not sometimes, but they told me that that's where you're more likely to have something where you would have a heart attack or some incident where your heart might stop, and so it'd be best to try to get those in schools where you have a lot of people maybe that are more active and exercising. So it's just, and this has, my proposed amendment has, in addition to limiting it to public schools and charter schools, also has a reverse repeater, because still trying to get a handle on what this would cost and what funds we would have available if this bill advances through the process. And I will yield for questions.
Yield for questions. Any questions? Anyone? Okay, no questions.
If not, at this time, I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator Hobson moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator
And I'll
Hobson.
move passage of the bill by use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests you use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone objects to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Item 48, Senate Bill 2167. Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2167, Mississippi Early Intervention Pilot Project Act, enact and create Early Intervention Task Force.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I move we consider the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
Okay, would you like to explain the committee substitutes?
I think most of us realize that in a number of situations, the earlier you detect a problem, the easier it is to fix it. And this bill deals with one example of that, which is children who at very early ages have problems which, if addressed early in life, can make a difference from there on out. The bill as originally introduced did a bit more than this, but the committee sub establishes a task force to look at what we're doing statewide in this area and to report back with recommendations about how we can have a more robust program of early intervention with children to find and locate children who could benefit from services early in life and to get those services to them. There are a large number of people on the study committee But I understand from Senator Boyd that she's persuaded some member of this Senate to offer an amendment to add, or it must be Senator Norwood. I think, Mr. President, this would be a good time to take Senator Norwood's amendment.
We need to adopt the committee substitute first, and you have made that motion, I believe, Senator. So all in favor of the committee sub say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment basically just adds 2 members to the task force, a member of Jackson State's College of Health Science, and a pediatrician from the to be named by the Mississippi region of the National Medical Association. No question, Mr. President. I ask the adoption of the amendment.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of adopting the amendment say aye. All
Thank you,
opposed, no.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Now, Senator Bryan.
If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning. Oh, we do have a no.
Senator Hill,
We have
present.
present. Senator Hill. Anyone else? Please record all others present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. We'll go to item 49, Senator Parks, Senate Bill number 2580. Senator Parks. Will pass and retain item 49 and go to item number 50. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2333, Seizure Safe School Act enact.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption of the committee sub and ask that you recognize Senator Boyd to explain the committee sub.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank y'all. This bill came to us from a number of advocacy groups, neurologists, a number of medical people. There are in some of the questions that came up in committee were how many people actually suffer from seizures. This bill, what it would do is it would put personnel, make sure that every school building had personnel that were trained in how to administer a seizure medication if they needed it, and puts the procedures there forth, how that parents and school districts would work together. And the reason and the urgency for the timing of this bill is due to newly available seizure rescue medications that can be delivered via nasal spray that can stop a seizure and save a life. They can give them by any person that's been trained upon doing this. And so right now, we only have school nurses who can do this in our Mississippi schools. And as most of y'all know, we have many school districts in the state that do not have a school nurse. Right now, I think one of the senators asked, how many children do we have in our schools that suffer from seizure disorders? About 5,100 kids across the state suffer from seizure disorders. I've heard from a number of parents who actually are homeschooling their children but would like to put them back into school, and if they felt like there was somebody in the building that could administer the spray, this would be good to do. Since we brought this bill before committee, we've had work from the National Epilepsy Foundation and the Department of Education. The Department of Education will house the webinars. The National Epilepsy Foundation already has the webinars to train personnel, and so this will be of no cost to the school districts because the Department of Education has agreed to host them on the websites, and so they'll be able to, any school official will be able to do this. So I would, so we have a strike all amendment on this that kind of narrows those procedures. So, Mr. President, at this time, I would like to move that we adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
All right, whether you have a question, I guess on the original bill first, or would you like to wait until?
I'd like to wait until if we could and just answer all.
Okay. All right, so the motion is that we adopt a strike all the committee sub? No, or the committee sub, yeah. Any questions? Seeing no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Boyd.
Okay. What the committee, the strike all amendment, what it does is it just outlines the procedures of the Department of Education and of the school district as to those videos being available, and then also outlines the procedures that the parents will make sure that they notify the school district of children's medications and work with the school district and making sure that those can be administered efficiently. So at this time, I'd be happy to take questions.
All right, Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Actually, two.
Actually, two. Did
If
you
I'm
yell,
reading,
Senator Hill?
thank you. If I'm reading this correctly, we're requiring both public and private schools to do this. It says public and non-public on this.
So the I'm sorry, Senator Hill, thank you for pointing that out. The strike all amendment only has public and charter schools.
Okay, because our screen is broken over here, so we can't see what the strike all says.
So we did change that, and we in the strike all, and it's just we took out
Okay.
private schools, and
Okay.
it's just public and charter
And
schools.
who is going to provide the free training?
The Epilepsy Foundation of America, they already have the videos available. They simply needed a place for these to be housed. We also allow the school district, if they would prefer another vendor, if they would prefer to have somebody else come in and do the training, they can do that
Okay.
as well. We're just making it easy if they would like to use that.
Okay, that was my main question about if it was mandating it for private schools. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, your motion, Senator.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the strike all at this time by use of the morning roll call.
Well, adoption of the strike all is requested. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, final adoption.
I move for final passage and use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone who objects to this procedure? Is there anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator Boyd.
Thank you.
All right, the next item, item 51, Senate Bill number 2367. Pass and retain. Item 52, Senate Bill number 2638. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that we pass number 52 and let it retain its place on the calendar and move to item 53, and ask the title be read.
Item 52 will retain its place on the calendar. Go to item 53. Please read the title.
Senate concurrent resolution number 533, Constitution, amend to revive ballot initiative process.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Pope.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
All right. Would you like to explain?
Yes, if we would, I'd like to go ahead and adopt the committee sub. I do have a strike all amendment.
Okay, Senator moves that we adopt the the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a strike all amendment to SCR 533. If you will, I believe it's on the board. I will tell you the few changes that are made there, and then I would like to do some explanation about this. First, the changes made from what's currently in the Constitution, Section 273, which has been ruled unconstitutional by the state Supreme Court. First, if you'll look at the committee the strike all, you'll look and see that Section 33, subsection 1, changes it to where it will not be a constitutional amendment. It will only be a statute available to be done by ballot initiative. Item subsection 2, it will require 12% of the total qualified electors of the state as of the date of the last presidential election as signatories on the petitions. Those numbers will then have to be divided by the number of congressional districts, and the number that is of that division will only be the ones that can be counted in any particular congressional district. The other change would be in subsection 4D, and this would add to you could not propose, amend, or repeal any local or special law by this bill. Also, at the very end, we have added a reverse repealer of June 30 this year. Now, I'd like to explain a little before we might go to questions. Understand, because of the action of the House, this is the only vehicle left alive to have a ballot initiative. The House had several bills before it that would have been ballot initiatives, but the chair of the committee that those bills were sent to decided not to bring them out, and so the House has no vehicle for ballot initiative. Only the Senate has that initiative now. Senator McConnell introduced a bill that I brought before the AET committee. After many questions were asked, and even after his very good, excellent explanation, there were still those questions out there. And they were major concerns of the committee about the resolution. In the end, we voted to send the bill forward, but because there were so many concerns and some no votes on the committee, I decided that we needed to do a strike all, which you see before you. Understand, I have had no discussions with the chairman of the House committee that the House ballot initiative bills were sent to, and they had a lack of action of any of them. I have seen in many blog articles what he is intending, but I have not heard from him directly. So I have no idea what the House really, what their intentions are. I would say that the bill before you today is a good start. And what they proposed last year is all I have to go on. It was a good start, but it was unacceptable to the Senate, the committee, and the conference committee. Understand, there was never a conference committee meeting called by the chairman of the House committee. We never met, so we were not able to negotiate any part of the bill they proposed. So this strike all to Senator McConnell's bill will have to go forward if a ballot initiative is pursued. This is the only vehicle left. The reverse repealer will ensure that it comes back to this body for consideration. And then we can have conference committee. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I'd use the morning roll call on final passage. Oppose the amendment.
Yes, we do have questions. First, Senator Derek Simmons, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Simmons.
I do.
Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Senator, in your introduction, I think you were accurate about the reason why we are here, because of the action of the Supreme Court.
Correct.
And if I recall from that ruling, the court declared that we basically had changed our congressional districts. And so it was not properly reflected to 4 districts as opposed to the 5 districts when we actually first enacted the ballot initiative process. Is that correct? Is that your understanding of what?
That is my understanding.
So I have one simple question. As I understand, you say we are basically taking this and we are trying to put in statute
what was otherwise in Constitution that was declared unconstitutional by the court. So my simple question is, why wouldn't we basically put in statute what we had in the Constitution, incorporate the ruling of the Supreme Court, and just change the districts?
So let me understand. You're asking why we just don't correct the number of signatures required in any congressional district?
By reflecting the current number of congressional districts in the state of Mississippi, but keep the ballot initiative process that we had in place the way it was, but just reflect the proper number of congressional districts. As I understand what the court said, are we doing this in this bill?
Are we going to what?
Are we doing this in that bill, or are we doing something totally different?
The intentions will be to conference with the House. But my intention is, after seeing the debacle that could have happened with the medical marijuana proposal, Mississippi does not need a constitutional amendment process by the people separately. It needs to have the ability to be statute only, where it can be changed. If we had passed the medical marijuana, if it had not been ruled unconstitutional, it would have been even more disastrous than what we're facing right now with inabilities of state agencies to perform. And we would not be able to change that. It would be in the Constitution. It would take 2/3 of the vote of the people to make any changes, and that's just not feasible.
Aside for how you feel, Senator, about medical marijuana, or how I may feel about Medicaid expansion, the point of a ballot initiative process is to allow the people of the state of Mississippi to speak when the legislature fails to do so. So I'm concerned about the fair process for the people of the state to speak when we fail to do so. So let me ask you this. The 12% of qualified electors that's in this strike all, was that in the current ballot initiative process?
It was not.
Where did we get the 12% from?
The 12% equals about 240,000 Mississippians. If we're going to do a ballot initiative process, we've got to ensure that a number of Mississippians are really concerned about an issue. Senator, you know as well as I, there's a lot of money out there to pass economic bills. And if we're not careful, a few people will be able to control the process and allow bills to be introduced in Mississippi and voted on by her people. And sometimes it's not clear as to exactly what they're doing. And we have to be very careful. And therefore, 12% of our electorate needs to understand and sign a petition before that can become a ballot issue.
As chairman of the committee, did you come up with the 12%?
Did I vote for 12%?
Now, who came up with the 12%?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Also in this strike all.
Let me say this. I would have had a higher percent, but I knew that would not work.
Okay, but you have stated that a 12% of qualified electors was not required in our old ballot initiative process.
It is not.
Okay, this may be my last question. The strike all, as I understand it, also requires, after we've gone through a ballot initiative process, it comes back to the legislature for an up or down vote. Is that correct?
That's the way it's written now. But as I said, Senator, this is a start. This is to keep it alive. Who knows if that will even be in the conference report that you will see.
Okay. And you say that, and this is, as far as you know, a 2/3 vote.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for yielding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator DeBar, did you wish to be recognized? For what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the Senate would look to the North Gallery, we have some people that are very special.
Okay,
this is actually National School Counselors Week, and we have some school counselors with us. If they'll stand when I call your name, we've got Crystal Brewer, Beverly McClure, Charlotte Christian. They are all with the Magnolia State School Counselor Association, and we are glad to have him here, and the Senate will make them welcome.
Welcome to the Senate. Okay, next question, Senator Hill. Did you have a question?
I did.
You recognize Senator Hill for a question?
I do.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Getting back to what you were talking about a minute ago, about the danger of a lot of things getting put into the state constitution without the public actually knowing what's in the Constitution, would you concur that in the previous ballot initiative that was struck down, that there was about 2 sentences on the ballot, 2 or 3 sentences maybe on the ballot, very short?
It was very short.
And that would have added about 7 or 8 type pages into the Constitution?
That's correct.
So people expect the legislators to know what we're voting on. That's why I was throwing a fit, because I didn't have this strike all in my hand. But would you not concur that what's good for one is good for the other? That if the public's voting on something, that they ought to have more than 2 sentences to amend our Constitution to that degree?
I think they need more than 2 sentences to pass a statute.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Senator Blackman, Senator Barbara Blackman, do you have a question?
I think I do.
Do you yield? Do you yield?
I think I have an answer.
Senator, you recognize.
In this concurrent resolution, do you still have the requirements that you have to have so many votes from the city, so many votes from the county?
That was one of the points of consternation with my committee, and that is not in this strike-all.
Okay, so in this strike-all, all it is that you have to have 12% from the previous presidential election, and is it by congressional district?
You have 12% of the qualified electors on the date of the last presidential election divided by whatever number of congressional districts are in force at the time of the petition.
Okay, so right now we have 4.
Correct.
And do you have to have 12% overall for those 4? Or do you have to have 12% in each congressional district?
You have to have 12% in, no more than 12% can be counted in any congressional district. Any over that would not be counted. So you have to have an equal distribution among the congressional districts of the state.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator Blunt, you have a question?
Mr. President, I'd like to speak on the bill, but I do have some brief comments, or questions rather, for Chairman Polk.
At the proper time, you can speak. Senator Polk, do you yield for a question?
I do.
Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions for you, Mr. Chairman, are really procedural at this stage. We have an SCR here. And so what you're proposing is this would then, if adopted, would go on the ballot as a constitutional amendment to be voted on this year, November 2023, by the people?
That is, if it passed, that would be correct, but it has a reverse repealer, so there's no way it can pass right now.
And the way I had been thinking about this, and I'm just trying to get a sense of the way you're thinking about it, is I thought we needed to amend the Constitution to restore this right, and then we, by statute, would lay out that process for whatever that may be. That
yes.
But we don't have a bill anymore.
Well, we do. I just passed it. It was the one that I had to pass over because it was in the calendar in that order. If SCR 533 passes, we will go back. I will ask for permission to go back and pick up the bill.
So you would reconsider and go back to the preceding item on the calendar?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that was my question. Thank you, Senator.
But we've got to get through the SCR first.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator David Parker. Question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Parker for a question.
I do.
Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work on this. I know there have been some questions about, constitutional amendment and, the effect on the Constitution. Am I correct in my understanding that our previous initiative that was overturned was actually first enacted in November of 1992.
That, if you say it, I will accept it. That is pretty close to correct as I understand.
Right, and so when we have discussions about how this has been around and been a constitutional process and that kind of thing, it was a change that was enacted by this legislature, which then, to Senator Blunt's point, was put on the ballot. People voted to have that opportunity. But because that was enacted such a short time ago, would you agree that there could have been some flaws in what we enacted? And to the other points that have been made, your goal in this is, when we do this, to get this exactly right. Would that be a correct statement?
That is exactly right as you can get something.
Right.
Yes.
And, one concern I think I've expressed to you, as technology has changed over time, what I've seen happen in this state and other states is that I think when the ballot initiative was put in place, the thought was that the input would be coming strictly from the people of this state.
That's right.
And would you agree that there have been times where there have been ballot initiatives where we've had outside canvassers or people from perhaps other parts of the country who spent more time and money in getting and raising signatures than the people of this state did?
I would agree totally.
And that is a concern that I think perhaps you and I share, is that ballot initiatives for our people from this state should really come from the people of this state.
If there were a way to legislate that, it would be a good idea.
Right. And then I also understand from your discussion on this that we're trying to keep this process alive because of the actions of the House. What we have in front of us is just the vehicle to do that. And so instead of going and asking specifics about how this is going to happen and what's going to be there, we're not to that point, where we should really dive into that. We're just trying to keep the conversation alive, and get more specifics if we can get to that point before the end of session, correct?
That is exactly right, and I intend, if we are able to get to the point of conference committees, that we do that to where everyone knows what we're doing.
Right, and I know and I trust that you're going to get this right, and you're not going to hurry it through, to meet some deadline. I know your work on it has been great, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Senator Blunt, you recognize to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This is the only vehicle remaining, and I intend to vote for it. But I want to raise some issues that I think we all ought to consider going forward. As I see this, there are legislators in here that say they're for the initiative process, that are for the initiative process. And there are legislators in here that say they're for the initiative process, but they're not really for the initiative process. And there are legislators in here who will just tell you that they're against it and be straight with you and tell you that they're just opposed to it. And we're about to find out at the end of this process, when I hope the House will agree to go to conference with Senator Polk on this bill, where people really are and whether they're presenting an initiative process to the people that is legitimate and workable or designed to be impossible.
Senator Blunt, we are speaking on the amendment, correct?
I was speaking on final passage on SCR, the strike-all amendment to SCR 533. If I'm wrong, please tell me.
Yeah, that amendment, of course, it hadn't been adopted yet, so.
Well, I'll be happy to continue or step aside, whatever you want me to do, Mr. President.
Let's adopt the amendment
Okay.
first.
I'll yield to Chairman Polk.
There are no further questions. I move for the adoption of the amendment.
Seeing no further questions, Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Now, Senator Polk, or Senator Blunt, I guess. I'm sorry to interrupt there, Senator.
No, it's my mistake, Mr. President. Thank you.
And we have
Mr. President, if there's an amendment, I yield for you to recognize Senator Blackman for amendment.
Senator Blackman, do you have an amendment? Okay, you're recognized to explain the amendment. Sen- You have the amendment, Senator Blackman?
Ian is finishing it up. Yes, ma'am. But then I'm gonna have to do a strike.
While we're waiting, Senator Tate, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. While we wait, I would like to do an adjourn in memory, please.
You're recognized for that.
All right, thank you. When the Senate adjourns today, I ask that it do so in memory of William Bond Compton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I don't think I can offer it because the strike off was adopted.
You're amending the strike.
I was trying to amend the strike off.
Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we've gotten it straight now. I'm offering an amendment to the committee sub. And what this, if it's up there, all this amendment is doing is striking the language from line 69 to 99. And those are the lines where we try to operate as the overseer of what the people have decided that they wanted. Where these lines are taking out that the legislature can review what the people have prepared as their initiative, and we can't accept or reject it. That's what this does. Allowing, if it's a true initiative, to allow the people to make the decision on what they want their initiative to say. The legislature cannot be involved. It will only be what the will of the people, because I believe the Constitution says that the certain rights are reserved to the people. And this initiative process is supposed to be about our citizens, our voters, deciding that they will take the time to go out and get that 12% of qualified electors from the previous presidential election. I'm not changing anything that Chairman Polk had, other than taking out that the legislature has to give approval of what the people want. And I would like a roll call vote on this amendment, and I'd ask 5 more of my legislators to stand.
We have questions first. Senator Hobson for a question.
Point of order.
Point of
Point of
order.
order. I'm trying to determine if we've reached the 3rd degree and whether this amendment is allowed.
Good question.
This would be the 3rd one.
Just checking. I'm not sure. We had an original, we had a proposed committee sub, and we had a strike
That's two.
all.
No, we had
There
the
may-
committee sub, we had.
Well, I'm gonna let the
Okay,
officer
I
rule.
was just,
I'm gonna let the officer
All
rule.
right, I'll help the
If you're
officer.
correct, that's fine, but let the officer determine.
he said that's the first one.
Senator, I've been told that she's offering another strike all, so it'd be the 1st degree. Now, Senator McDaniel, recognized for a question.
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator McDaniel.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McDaniel.
Just so I understand the intent of the amendment, I'm not sure I understood the explanation. Does the amendment that you're offering return the language back to the original language, or from what the Supreme Court basically struck down? I'm just trying to understand what your amendment does.
No, it is not returning it to what the Supreme Court struck down. The Supreme Court struck down that we had 5 congressional districts when we created this, and we only have 4. And so, what I am attempting to do is to remove the legislature from the process of when the citizens come up with an initiative, that we can't come in and review their initiative and say, we don't like what they're doing, we're gonna reject it. That's what I'm doing.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Introduction at the appropriate time, Mr. President.
Let's do it now. I may forget it.
Mr. President, at this time, I would like to recognize a great friend of ours. Those of you that may be familiar with the Sanford and Son, Grady, we have his son, Ryan Mayo, which is he's a former Georgia State legislator that's here with us today in the North Gallery. If you would stand and let us make him feel welcome.
No, it's different. The way that reads is 12% of the electorate in the day of the president is what the bill reads.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator Hill.
I do.
Senator Blackman, was our country founded as a constitutional republic or a direct democracy?
A constitutional republic.
Thank you.
Next question, Senator Kelvin Butler.
I just have a question.
You yield, Senator Butler. Senator Butler.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Well, she's looking at me like, what?
Oh, no, I was thinking about her question because she said the country and not the state.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I have a friendly question. So basically what your amendment doing is basically leaving the referendum in the hands of the people.
That is
and
it.
taking it out of, they shouldn't do a referendum and then come back to us to say yay or nay. When they say it, that's what we should do.
That's exactly what it's doing. If you will recall, when the people tried to do Initiative 42 to say that we should fully fund education each year, the legislature offered 42A, and then it was a convoluted process where if you had to have so many votes at this part, then you had to have so many votes, and the people wanted 42, but because of the convoluted nature that this body created, it failed. But when medical marijuana came, the people had gotten smarter, and they knew not to look at the legislative alternative. I'm saying remove the legislative alternative.
So in other words, it was put in the Constitution for the people that we represent had an opportunity, the things that we would not do as legislators, to be able to petition their constituent base to get that put on the ballot for then the whole state can vote on it.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Hill, do you have another question?
I'd like to speak.
At the proper time. No other questions, but Senator Polk, did you wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. President. I think we all know that there's a lot of work to be done on the strike all that we just approved. I've guaranteed you we will. And Senator Blackman's amendment, if passed, will negate the strike all that you just passed that I asked you to. So I'm going to ask you to vote no on her amendment.
Senator Hill, do you wish to speak on the amendment?
This is the problem. Within 7 calendar days after the receipt of initiative measure, the Attorney General shall formulate and transmit to the Secretary of State a concise statement posed as a question not to exceed 20 words. 20 words. Bearing the serial number of the measure and the summary of the measure, not to exceed 75 words to follow the statement. As the old initiative process was in place, a question of 20 words and a summary not to exceed 75 words can put unlimited amounts of material in the state constitution. If you think that's wise and that's prudent, that scares me. People should know what they're voting on. 20 words on a ballot is not enough to know what they're voting on.
Any questions? Would you like to close on your amendment?
Yes, I would, Mr. President. This amendment that I'm offering is keeping the bill alive, as Senator Polk said that he wished to do. The only thing that my amendment is doing is taking this legislature out of the process. And I think that if we trust our constituents to elect us to represent them, then we ought to trust them to be able to prepare an initiative that they want to be placed on the ballot. As Senator Polk said, the House does not have any initiative process. My amendment is keeping this initiative process alive, just like what Senator Polk's strike all did. I urge you to support this amendment if you trust that your constituents have sense, they have abilities to think for themselves, they have a brain, you would support this amendment. I urge you to support it. And again, I'd like for a roll call vote. And I ask 5 of my...
Six or more stand for a roll call vote. Sufficient number. Call the roll. Senator, you wish, before we call the roll, did you have a question? Oh, yeah. Call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chadzenall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk.
No.
Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Kaufman. Jordan. McMahon. Michelle. Parks. Suber. Wiggins. Okay. Voting yes or yay. Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay. Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Moran, Parker, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger.
Senator Suber, for what purpose?
To the vote.
Recognized.
I want to announce a pair. If Senator Jordan was here, he would vote aye. I vote no.
Please record the pair. Before I announce the vote, Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
To the vote.
You're recognized.
Mr. President, I would like to withdraw my no vote and announce a pair. If Senator Kaufman was here, he would vote no. I would like to draw my aye vote. Sorry. If Senator Kaufman was here, he would vote no. I vote aye.
Please record the pair.
Hold on.
How many you got voted?
I'm going to take 4 out, right?
What you got? 36 voted?
With a vote of 13 ayes, 33 nays, the amendment has failed. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no further questions, I'd like to ask you some morning roll call.
First, Senator Seymour for a question.
Question, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman.
You yield, Senator Seymour, for a
I
question.
do.
Senator, by the way this is written, there will be no way to protect our property rights constitutionally.
Let me confer with counsel on that. To answer your question, this is a statute only, and it would not change the Constitution, so therefore it would not affect that. You could change it by statute. It is not changing the Constitution.
Can't think of the word. We codified it, but the property rights that we have right now could be challenged in court by the same initiative. It was done by the same initiative process that the marijuana was struck down on.
Right. This would create a statute system for a ballot initiative. It would not affect the Constitution, except to give the people the right to have a ballot initiative to change law. Okay. Senator Seymour, I'm told that the statute you're talking about has been codified by Mississippi law.
Well, that's my point. It can change with the way the wind blows.
That's true, if it's in statute only.
Another question. Senator Barnett, you have a question?
Yes, Mr.
You
President.
yield, Senator Barnett.
Yes.
Senator Polk, earlier during the amendment process, a statement was made that 20 words or less was not enough information on the ballot for people to know what they're voting for. But would you agree with me that every 4 years, when we put our name on the ballot, it's less than 20 words and people know what they're voting for?
As my father said one time, your name is who you are. And I think there's a lot of words behind a name, totally different system.
Senator Blunt, did you wish to be recognized? Senator Blackman, for a question.
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Blackman.
I do.
Senator Blackman.
I don't unless I blanked out when you were talking about this strike off, are there some items that the people cannot have an initiative on?
Yes, it's current.
What are those?
Okay, just a minute, let me find them. Already in the law, you cannot change it for the purpose, for the proposal, modification, or repeal of any portion of the Constitution, to amend or repeal any law relating to the Mississippi Public Retirement System, to amend or repeal the constitutional guarantees that the right of any person to work shall not be denied or abridged on account of membership or non-membership in any labor union or organization, or, and this was one that was added, to propose, amend, or repeal any local or special law.
Okay, thank you. So the first four were already there, and you added the last one that you can't amend any local law.
Actually, it was the first three.
Okay, three, I wasn't.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions? Seeing no further questions, Senator Polk.
Houston Morton roll call for final passage.
Senator has suggested use Morton roll call for final passage. Oh, Blunt wanted to speak. I'm sorry. I thought, okay. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. To pick up where I was earlier, I believe there are legislators in here that sincerely want to see an initiative process. There are legislators in here that are sincerely and publicly opposed to an initiative process. And there's a number that I can't determine of legislators who say they're for the initiative process, but aren't really for the initiative process. And we'll find out. I appreciate Senator Polk moving this along. I think it's a good idea for him to call an open conference committee and let's discuss this in open and see where people are. But I want to mention a couple of things that you need to think about and that the public who's interested in this process needs to think about as we move forward. I do not have a copy of the strike-all amendment that we passed, but I do have a copy of the committee sub. If I misstate anything, I know Senator Polk will correct me, but these are some issues that I see and I think the public needs to be aware of with the bill that came out of the committee. First is the number of signatures that are required to get something on the ballot. The current law, as you know, is 12% of the total votes cast for governor in the last election. That's about 107,000 people. The proposal that was kicking around last year was 12% of the votes cast for president, which would significantly raise that number. The committee substitute is even worse. The committee substitute on line 27 says it's 12% of the qualified electors, which is the number of people registered to vote, a number that everyone knows, and the Secretary of State will tell you is grossly inflated. The number of qualified electors in the state of Mississippi is more than 2 million people. The effect of the number that's in the committee sub is the number of signatures required is going to go from about 107,000 to 250,000. More than doubling to 250,000 people. That's what the committee substitute says. In addition, you've got 12 months right now to get those signatures. Under the committee substitute, you've only got 9 months. Under the committee substitute, you have to get 10 signatures from every incorporated municipality in the state. Senator Butler of 36 represents Learned in Hinds County, population 56. And I'm sure you have small towns in your district where you've got about that many people, and there are 300 municipalities, and if you've got 299 municipalities covered and you can't get 10 people out of Learned, you're done. That's a poison pill if there ever was one. The other thing is that the current constitutional initiative process, and let me say again, well, I'll get to that, I'll come back to that. The current initiative process requires a majority vote, just like any constitutional amendment that comes out of here. The proposal that came out of the committee substitute is 2/3 of the vote. 2/3 of the vote. Donald Trump didn't get 2/3 of the vote in Mississippi. He got 60%. When Phil Bryant ran against my constituent, Robert Gray, who lives outside of Terry and drove in the truck in the 2015 general election, Phil Bryant didn't get 67% of the vote against the Democratic nominee, Robert Gray. It is almost impossible to get 67% of the vote on any measure. In fact, and this gets to what I think is a big point of this, the fear is that this process is going to be abused, that we're going to have stuff on the ballot, we're going to be doing all kinds of crazy stuff, people don't know what they're doing, they'll vote for any fool thing. History shows that we've had this process for 30 years. For 30 years, we've had an initiative process. There have been 7 initiatives to qualify for the ballot in those 30 years under this existing process. This has not been out of control. And only 3 of them have passed. 3 initiatives in 30 years. What are they? Eminent domain, medical marijuana, and voter ID. 2 of them would have passed under the 2/3 vote. 1 of them would have failed. And that's voter ID. We wouldn't have voter ID under the initiative process. It didn't get 67% of the vote when the people voted on it. But 3 initiatives have passed in 30 years. The fear is misplaced based on the history that we've seen. Now, I agree. I came in here first week last January and I said, okay, who's filing the initiative bill? I know what the Supreme Court did. Who's going to be carrying the ball on that? And they said, well, we don't have one right now. So I sat down and wrote one, and I agree with Senator Polk. This should be a statutory process. We learned from the medical marijuana process, which got 68% of the vote. 68% of the people who voted on the first question were in favor of some kind of medical marijuana. But we learned from that it's not perfect. And some of this stuff doesn't belong in the Constitution. So my provisions, what I proposed was a statutory change. And I didn't talk to the Speaker of the House, but I went and looked at his bill, and it was pretty similar to mine. I was surprised by that, but this is a statutory process. But it has to be an accessible process. The people have to be able to use it. We've got to negotiate and show them in good faith that we are giving them a process that is as close as possible to the process that they had for 30 years. And what did they do with it? They passed voter ID, they passed eminent domain, they passed medical marijuana. That's what they did with it. They rejected ill-conceived initiatives. They rejected term limits, they rejected personhood, and I don't remember what the other ones were, but 4 of the 7 failed. If we're going to do this, if we're going to continue this discussion, and we should, we need to be straight with people that we mean it and that we want to give them a process that they can really use. And I hope when we get something out of conference that we have something that we can all vote for. So I urge you to vote for the resolution.
Senator Polk, would you like to close? Senator Polk to close.
Just to clarify a couple of things, I think you've made a great case for purging voter rolls of of voters who are not active in the voting system. Because 12% is a large number, but as I said earlier, that's to ensure that the people of Mississippi want a particular law. Times have changed in 30 years. I've seen so much change in the last 2 years with social media and money being spent on political issues. It astounds me. So therefore, I just wanted to correct that just a little bit of why we're doing what we're doing. But again, this will go to conference, and what you see here probably is nothing like we will come out with.
Seeing no one else, no further questions, and we have closed, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk. No. Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks. I couldn't hear. There's a lot of noise back there. He said aye. Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chisholm, Hill, Horn, Jordan, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Seymour, Simmons of the 13, Whaley, Younger. Voting yes or yay. Barnett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Norwood, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Wiggins, and Williams. Voting no or nay, Johnson, Polk, and Younger.
To the vote.
Please proceed.
If Senator Kaufman were here, he would vote aye. I vote no.
Pear, Kaufman, Younger. Senator Whaley. To the vote.
I vote aye.
Aye, Whaley. Senator Moran, to the vote.
To the vote, I vote aye.
Aye, Moran. Senator Parker, to the vote.
To the vote. I announced no, and I didn't hear my name recorded. I vote no.
Parker, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, Mr. Clerk. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
The vote.
Please proceed.
I vote no.
No, Hill.
He was standing over there at the time.
Can we ask him to clarify?
Well, he's not even over there.
He's back there behind the podium, behind that.
Well, you called votes on it.
He didn't say anything.
He didn't say anything.
Senator McMahon, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
One moment, please, sir. Forty-three yeas to 4 nays, 2/3 vote passes. Senator Polk, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to
One
suspend the.
second, I'm sorry, Senator McMahon, I'm going to get your introduction right quick.
I'd like to ask the Senate to focus on the South Gallery. I'd like to ask the Lee County Republican Executive Chairman, Jimmy Stevens, to please stand. Jimmy Stevens, if he would please stand, and ask my colleagues to please make him feel welcome.
Okay. Senator Polk, for
Thank you,
what
Mr.
purpose?
Just like to suspend the rules and go back and pick up item 52, which is kind of a companion to SCR 533.
52. Seeing no objection, granted.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. We're on 52, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2638, ballot initiative measure process, revises statutory provisions on.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to consider the committee a substitute in lieu of the original bill.
Senator proposes, adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. You need to explain it first. You're right.
What happens here is because we passed SCR 533, there must be a companion bill for the statute to be able to take effect. So there, if it's necessary, therefore, I ask you that we vote for this bill. It's a carry forward again to be negotiated in conference. It does have a reverse repealer. If there are no questions, use of the morning roll call, final passage.
We need to adopt the committee substitute first, and then all in favor of the committee substitute say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Now you've asked for final adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Hill.
There is a question. Senator Hill, you have a question.
Thank you, Senator Polk. My question would be, as this moves forward, I would hope that we would be mindful to change how it's been handled from the Secretary of State's office to the Attorney General's office and then back to the ballot, so that when and if an initiative process for statutes gets back in place, that there's an opportunity for more than 20 words to appear on the ballot.
Senator Hill, I will assure you that that will be a topic of large discussion.
Thank you.
Now, seeing no further questions, the senator suggests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator McDaniel as present. Senator Sojourner present. That's it, okay. So please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Pope. All right, item 54, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 54, call that up, ask the title be read.
That's the title be read.
Senate Bill number 2146, unscrewed uncrewed aircraft systems regulate.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Be allowed to explain the committee substitute, and my motion will be that we adopt the committee substitute.
You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just some brief background. This is it says uncrewed aircraft. What that actually is what we've been talking about, which is a drone. The Judiciary Aid Committee actually starting about 2 years ago, started looking into drones and regulations. And those bills didn't come out for various reasons. One was that the FAA, which regulates airspace, had not issued their rules. Well, they issued their rules in, I believe it was May, earlier this year. And what came before us is an association of commercial and recreational groups representing thousands that are affiliated with drones. And what this bill does is simply states the regulations and creates a uniform system by which the drones can be used in Mississippi. There's generally some questions. I will tell you that this in no way affects local jurisdictions from regulating the use of drones. What it does do is recognizes the preemption of federal law, and Congress set that out, that the FAA has rules or will be the one to govern that. And if you think about it, it's so we have safe airspace. And so the bill is actually really short. And in short, what it's doing is saying that drones, both commercial and recreational, can be operated in Mississippi. And that anything doing with the certification, regulation, testing is governed by the FAA. And so you can operate them if you meet the FAA federal standards, which is what is necessary. I will say there have been some questions on privacy issues. Doesn't address, the laws are already on the books about privacy issues. And so there were some questions coming out of committee. Those by the association were addressed. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
Senator Whaley, did you have a question?
What?
Okay. What? Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Wiggins? Do you yield, Senator Seymour?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
You yield, Senator Seymour, Senator Wiggins?
Yes, I do.
Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any political subdivision that might require the use of this, if they use it in an inappropriate manner or in the violation of law, is there any penalty there?
Say that again. Or ask your question again. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Any political subdivision that might use these or in their everyday work?
It allows the
they
state
impose-
to use them if they want to.
I know, but if they use it illegally, is there any penalties in this to,
No.
thank you.
See no further questions. Motion is we adopt the committee sub.
But
Are you through, Senator Wiggins?
yes, and my motion is to adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor of adopting committee substitute, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
If there's no questions, my motion is that we pass on the morning, using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Seymour. Senator DeBar. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Now, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to
Bill
item.
passed. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Senator Wiggins.
Go to item 55. Call that up. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2191, Mississippi Foster Parents Bill of Rights and Responsibilities create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, my motion will be that we recommit the bill. The House has passed this bill, and so speaking with the chairman, we're moving forward on that one. So my motion would be that we recommit the bill.
Motion is that we recommit the bill. Are there any questions? All in favor say of recommitting the bill say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The bill has been recommitted. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that item 56 be passed over. We retain it on the calendar. Go to item 57, call that up, and ask the title be read.
Please read the title, item 57, Senate Bill number 2644. Item 57, please.
Make the usual motion.
Go ahead and read the title yet.
Oh, ask the title be read.
Senate Bill number 2192, paternity, clarify circumstances when punitive father cannot contest.
No, we skipped that one, Mr.
We skipped
President.
it. We're on number 57.
Senate Bill number 2644, divorce, authorized where marriage is irretrievably broken.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. While that's being handed out, just real simply, this bill is the exact same bill, no changes that the Senate passed last year. And really by an overwhelming amount. And in terms of the simpleness of the bill, what it's doing is we presently have 12 grounds for divorce in Mississippi. 12 grounds. All this bill is doing is adding a 13th ground. And that language is on, starting at line 108. And this bill, and so that's all it does. It's not changing anything. It's not changing the standards that are already applied in court. It's not changing anything like that. And what the 13th ground is called irretrievably broken. And I'm going to kind of go over a little bit of what was discussed last year, but I think there was some confusion, and I certainly think that was probably a little bit on my part, and I wanted to explain it. For every divorce case in the state of Mississippi, it has to go to court. You cannot get divorced in Mississippi if you do not go to court. And in every divorce case in the state of Mississippi, a judge has to sign off on it. And in every divorce case in the state of Mississippi, a judge can refuse to grant that divorce. A task force met with many folks from your districts, mainly chancellors, practitioners, and they came out with their report. And what you've been handed out is their report, or I'm sorry, their statement on the report. They were asked to look at a number of things. The absolute number one thing that they said was that the divorce laws in the state of Mississippi are punishing to our families and our children. If there's a theme of the Judiciary Aid Committee this year, it's been that we've been working to address the system that is not helping our families and children. And so in the task force report, and it's before you, you will see where they said the current system, perhaps originally designed to preserve marriage, does not accomplish that today. Instead, it damages individuals and families, eats up scarce resources, and prevents parties from establishing personally and financially secure households. And then it goes on to list many, many, many issues that was found. Number one being does not preserve intact marriages, allows a spouse to blackmail the other by insisting on custody. It was not taken lightly. And if you read the language in the bill what has to be proven. And I want to make it clear. Nobody can walk in and say, I want to be divorced and I'm being divorced. I talked to one of the senators and they asked me, can I wake up one day and ask to be divorced? And no, you cannot. You have to go to court. The judge has to sign off on it, and you have to say why that's the case. And if you look at, starting at lines 108, it says the court may, not shall, but may grant a divorce when there's a finding of an irretrievable breakdown of the marriage, and that word "and" means they have to do this. Further attempts at reconciliation are impractical. That means if a judge determines that they should have had counseling or that they can be reconciled, the judge will not and does not have to grant the divorce. And it says are impractical or futile and not in the best interest of the parties. That means that if the judge finds that it's not in the best interest that they stay together, then he makes the finding. To flip it around, in our judicial system that is governed by the Supreme Court, the standard is what's in the best interest of the child. What's in the best interest of the child? That the Supreme Court has said that governs everything. And so what this is saying is that the judge, if he finds that it's in the best interest that they stay together, then he or she doesn't grant the divorce. That's all that it does. It doesn't change anything. And many of you have spoken to me who've gone through the process, who have stated how bad it is. I've had people coming out from all over the state asking for this. And I will say, I understand about the marriage, the sacrament of marriage. Folks, we are not doing that. In fact, we are helping our families. I talked to one senator who told me that there are women in this state who are in marriages that they cannot get out of. This will help them. The task force, those recommendations would bring Mississippi in line with the vast majority of countries. We are the last state to do this. These are compelling, particularly to those who see firsthand the destruction caused to family units by Mississippi's divorce laws. Folks, it's us who made these laws. It's on us to make them better. And I wanted to say about the legal standard. In your divorce, whether it's habitual inhuman treatment, adultery, there has to be a showing and a finding of clear and convincing evidence. And when you get into the standards, beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest, clear and convincing, and then preponderance of the evidence. So it's in the middle. That's where our divorces are. So our laws encourage marriage and do not make it easy. But what this does do is it does give a lower standard, irretrievably broken. And this is what Alabama has. This is what a version of this is in every other state. And let me talk about the task force. When they looked at it, there was an easier way. There was a lower standard. This bill and the task force recommendation was for this higher standard of those. And so we are promoting marriage. And the conservative position has always been, it doesn't matter which party, the conservative is the government promotes family and children. Y'all, the current laws are not conservative because they are tearing these families apart. And I will speak to this. It is actually against my own self-interest, my law firm's self-interest, because guess what? Lawyers have to make a living. But I'm up here because I think what I've heard, and it's hurting our folks. And if anyone, I'll say this, I know it's an election year. If anyone runs a commercial and says this is an anti-family, I'll come down there if you think it'll help you, and I will look in the camera and I will tell you this is a pro-family bill. This is not anti-family. This is pro-family. It's pro-children. It's pro-women. And I appreciate this body for passing it last year. And I will tell you, I've had conversations with the leadership in the House. My chairwoman Cockerham, she served on this task force. She will, if we send it over, they will work it. There's people that want to see it. And so I know that may be a little long, but Mr. President, I will be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? I see no questions, Senator. Oh, we have a question. Senator Fillingane, do you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator Fillingane. Senator Fillingane.
I do, yes, to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a great bill. I just wanted to be clear. This is the 13th fault ground for divorce, and so when it says upon the application of either party, it's just saying either the husband or the wife can apply for this, but the process would still ensue. I mean, the other party is not just going to not know that this is happening, correct? I mean, they will have some sort of process served upon him or her, or some sort of notice in the paper or something, so that we're not just saying that one person can walk into court without notice to the other and get a divorce.
That is correct. And I'm glad you brought that up. So yes, this is a fault ground. And to explain, and I will say, I think last year there's a little confusion. In Mississippi, you have 12 fault grounds and you have 1 irreconcilable differences. The word no fault gets thrown around very loosely. And by the way, the task force went over that. Some call the irreconcilable differences a no fault divorce. What it really is an agreement. You have to have an agreement. And so to Senator Fillingane's point, this is a ground. And on every ground, whether it is adultery or cruel and inhuman treatment, you have to go into court and file a petition. And that's what that means, upon application. You have to go to court. You have to put it in there that that's what you're asking for. And I'll say this, most attorneys, what they do, practically speaking, is they will put in adultery. If it applies, they will put in as an alternative ground, cruel and inhuman treatment. As an alternative ground, they'll put in irreconcilable differences. And if this was to come law, they could now put in alternatively, irretrievably broken. But what stays the same is the complete court process, like I've explained. And so it is not a no fault ground. It is another fault ground that is pled in court that you have to do. And that, I was able to explain that. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, I see no further questions. A motion?
My motion is passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator Wiggins suggested use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone who objects to this procedure? Is there anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Senator Tate. Senator Branning. Senator Chisholm. Senator McDaniel. Senator Seymour. Senator Sparks. Anyone else? Please read the names of those voting. Oh, I'm sorry. Present. You're present also, Senator Branning and Senator Angela Turner Ford. Present.
Okay, voting no, McDaniel, Tate, Sparks, Chisholm, and Seymour. Voting present, Turner Ford and Branning.
Anyone else? Please record all names called out as voting no and all others as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 58, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2645, Circuit Court Districts, increased number of assistant district attorneys and criminal investigators.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. Ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion will be that we adopt the committee substitute. And speaking of the committee substitute, there is a reverse repealer in the bill. And this is the bill that is adding assistant district attorneys to our various districts. It did go through both Judiciary A and Appropriations. I've worked closely with Senator Chairman Hobson. We want to get a bill. In committee, there was discussion about the data that is there, what the cases look like, and so we're trying to move this through so we can, and in the meantime, get that data. The bill that is before you, you will see where there are, I guess, additions. As was stated in committee, that was an agreement at the request dating back a while, I guess last year, of the Prosecutors Association and the DAs. That is what they've agreed to. Of course, since that time, we have heard from a number of places that they could use either one or two more, depending on the district and all of that. And so one of those is like DeSoto County. There's some other places that are in critical need. And the other thing is, after the census, the population has shifted and moved, and so we want to look at that. So this is the vehicle to get our assistant DAs to our district attorneys, and with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Horn, do you have a question?
Question.
You yield, Senator Horn.
I do.
Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Wiggins. Senator, you know that the Hinds County has a huge caseload, backload of cases that they're trying to work their way through.
Right.
Is there anything in this bill that would help to address that?
I don't have my chart in front of me, but in short, yes. And I should note that we presently, outside of this bill, have appropriated and provided those what I would call temporary.
Right.
This bill is the permanent vehicle to get that, and I certainly have had discussions about, okay, Hinds County being our largest county, most populous, we need to look at that. And so, yes, there's help from that standpoint.
And we're interested in getting some permanency of elected judges and not these temporary appointed judges.
You need to talk to Chairman Lamar in the House about that.
I understand. So if I'm correct, the Hinds County is in the 7th Circuit, is that correct?
If you say so, I believe you.
And I see 14 assistants in our definition.
I'm sorry.
This was 11. If he's right on the 7th Circuit, that was.
Okay.
It is.
So, the council's pointing out that in the bill before you, it goes from 11 to 14.
Yeah, so I wanted to know what it was going from. So
11 to 14.
Three, it says legal assistants, those are the ADAs.
And under our code, those are the ADAs. Yeah. And I will say that, and why it went through appropriations, we had discussion. Look, this bill before you, at a minimum, it will cost the state $6 million. Okay, and this $6 million going forward. So we have to be smart. We have budget concerns, and so that's why working with Chairman Hobson that we're trying to get there. But to your point, yes, 3 additional ones in this bill.
Now, support staff, are they contained in this bill as well, or is that in the Supreme Court's bill? Like investigators, court reporters,
there's some language in here that has that, and then there's other statutes that address that. And actually in line 165, it states that the 4th and 7th Circuit Courts may appoint 3 additional full-time criminal investigators for a total of 4 full-time criminal investigators.
Okay. And what about court reporters, public defenders, and all that? Because even with these special judges in Hinds County, we did fund some money for public defenders, but it went to the state public defenders program and not to Hinds County's public defenders program.
Well, you'll have to talk to Mr. Degree about that. I mean, for lack of a better description, our public defenders in the state of Mississippi are funded by our counties, okay? Right. And the state public defender handles your capital cases. I don't know why it went to there, but those aren't in this bill right now.
So do you know which bill it would be in?
I don't.
The Supreme Court's bill?
Maybe the appropriation, I think, or maybe the Attorney General's, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing no further questions, Senator, you move to adopt the committee sub.
I do. That's my motion.
Senator moves to adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
And I move that we pass the bill and by the use of the morning roll call.
Okay, Senator Wiggins suggests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone who objects to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Item 59, Senator Fillingane, pass and retain. I think we need a short break. And so Senator Polk for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess subject to call of the chair.
Motion recess subject to call of chair. And we'll have announcements when we come back. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. Short recess.
Had the bill before us, and I think Senator England was the first one to start off with a no, and it kind of went downhill from there. I didn't realize the barbers had such a strong coalition. Even some of our co-sponsors started voting no for the bill. So we again went back and took a look at the barber board, and again this year thought that the best thing to do was to put both of those, the cosmetologist and the barbers, under the Department of Health, like exists in a good number of other states. The parties came back or approached me. I ended up meeting with them. And what they agreed to do is they would like to merge. So the strike all that's in front of us is a combination of last year's bill and some of what actually Senator Parks worked on with the cosmetologist. And in meeting with these groups, they presented basically this strike all bill. So it's pretty much their language. There's a couple of areas in which we changed. We changed the number of members on the board from 9 to 7. And we changed the educational requirements, lowered the age down to 16 and lowered the education down to 10th grade education. So with that, let me go through and tell you what the strike all does. I'll go by section. Section 1 makes references to the State Board of Cosmetology or the Board of Barber Examiners in any provision of law to mean the State Board of Cosmetology and Barbering Board. In Section 2, we amend code to create the State Board of Cosmetology and Barbering and lay out its composition. The board is going to be composed of a state health officer or their designee, and then 6 members appointed by the governor. 1 is a manicurist or an esthetician. 2 are cosmetologists, 1 who has to be a salon owner, and 3 barbers. So you have 3 barbers basically and 3 cosmetologists on it. Section 3 amends definitions to the chapter to include definitions for barbering, barber, and barber business. And again, let me just go back. What we did with this strike all is we went back and took the cosmetology statute and have basically injected the barbering language into that. Section 3 amends has the definition. Section 4 increases the number of inspectors that the board has the authority to employ to include existing inspector positions from the Board of Barber Examiners. Section 5 amends code to give the board the authority to regulate barbering and barber businesses. It also removes outdated references to wigology. Section 6 to include barbers and barber businesses and barber schools and requirement that practitioners have to have a license to operate. It also removes outdated wigology language. Section 7 amends code to state that a barber pole may only be displayed in a business that carries a barber's license or a combination cosmetology barber license. Section 8 amends code to include barbers in the rules regarding the administration of licensure exams. Section 9 amends code to reduce the qualifications for licensure as a cosmetologist by reducing the age requirement to age 16. Reducing the education requirements to 10th grade education or its equivalent, removing the English fluency requirement, and providing the opportunity to complete training through a 3,000-hour apprenticeship in lieu of 1,500 hours of school training. Section 10 amends code to allow for a master barber license. Section 11 to remove the licensure requirement for cosmetology instructions to be able to read, write, and speak English. Section 12 amends code to create new standards for schools of cosmetology and barbering. Section 13 to include amends code to include barber businesses and the requirement to be licensed by the board and to renew the license annually. Section 14 to reduce the qualifications for licensure by an esthetician. And again, that is reducing the age and the education requirements, as I mentioned earlier. It allows them to have a 1,200-hour apprenticeship in lieu of 600 hours of school training. Section 15 amends code to allow barbers to renew their license every 2 years as other professions. Section 16 amends code to reduce the qualifications for licensures as a manicurist. Again, age is 16, education 10th grade. They have a 700-hour apprenticeship in lieu of 350 hours school training. Section 17 changes the requirement for issuing a license by reciprocity. Section 18 amends code to include demonstrators in the field of barbering and the requirement to obtain a permit from the board prior to making demonstrations in a shop or a school. Section 19 amends code to include not complying with orders of ruling of the board as grounds for use of the board's authority to discipline a student's licensure. And it also contains a few other licensing penalty codes. Section 20 amends code to include barbers and barber businesses and board's fee structures. Section 21 amends code to include barber businesses and the minimum standards of an establishment licensed by the board. Section 22 amends code to include barbers and barber businesses in the requirement to practice in the confines of a building licensed by the board. Section 23 amends code to increase the fines for participating in fraudulent license application. Section 24 amends code to set the age for licensure as a barber or instructor to 21 years of age. Section 25 amends code for the licensure requirements of qualifications of a barber by reducing the age to the 16th, the 10th grade education, 3,000-hour apprenticeship, or 1,500 hours school training. Section 26 amends code to remove the English fluency requirement for cosmetologists seeking licensure as a barber. Section 27 mandates the peer committee to conduct a review of the operations of the consolidated board and make recommendations to the legislature on or before December 15, 2024. Section 28 directs DFA, ITS, and the State Personnel Board to assist the boards in the process of consolidation immediately upon passage of the bill. And then sections 29 through 41 repeal barber statute language. As I mentioned, we included in the cosmetology. That's an explanation of the strike all. I'll be happy to yield for questions.
Are there any questions?
Move for adoption of the strike all.
I think maybe we may have an amendment. Senator England?
Yeah.
Senator England for an amendment.
Actually, you got two.
Have two amendments, Senator England. Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Give me one second. I'll grab my computer. I know that took a long time, but my first amendment, if you'll see, it's on the board, I believe. Yes, on lines 259, 261, and 262. The strike all references the Mississippi Cosmetology Council. This amendment changes that to say "and barbering" afterwards. So it'd be Mississippi Cosmetology and Barbering Council. This council, if you'll look at this portion of the bill, sets up the process for these members to make suggestions on rules and regulations, any amendments or changes. And I talked with several barbers this morning, and they wanted to also have representation on that. So I know that we've got a board that is equal. This isn't the board. This is the body that recommends rules and regulation changes. So this gives barbers representation on that. That is what the amendment does, and I would ask for you to vote to approve this amendment.
Any questions on the amendment? Senator Blackwell, you'd like to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I support the amendment. This is one of the areas we went through. We missed it, but we did a lot of work in the last 24 hours working on this. The attorneys did. So I support it. And
Okay, so the senator moves to adopt the amendment. Any further questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Senator England, you have another
Wrong
amendment.
one. Okay, thank you, Senators. The second amendment that I have on lines 359, 760, 1152, and 1200, as Senator Blackwell mentioned earlier, what the strike all does currently, it allows for individuals to obtain a license if they have a 10th grade education and if they are 16 years of age or older. Again, I met with some barbers today, and they were happy with Senator Blackwell meeting with them. They did request that we remove 10th grade from that, so it will say high school diploma or its equivalency, I believe. High school education, I believe, is actually what it says in the bill. And it removes the requirement of being 16 years of age, so it just strikes that out of there. So there is no age requirement in this portion of the bill. So this will just require you to have a high school education in order to be a barber. Again, this is what our barbers asked for when I spoke with them today, the board president who I met with this morning. So I would ask for you to please support this amendment. I'm happy to take any questions on the amendment.
We do have a couple of questions. Senator Blunt, have a question?
Question.
You yield, Senator Blunt.
I do, yes.
Senator
Thank you,
Blunt.
Mr. President. Thank you, Senator England. Just so I'm clear. So let's say you're a young adult or even an older adult. You had a rough time when you were in high school. You never got that high school diploma. You're older now. You got your life together now. You want to work as a, does your amendment just apply to barbering or does it apply to cosmetologists as well?
This applies throughout the bill where it mentioned, I believe it just applies to barbering, but it may apply to cosmetology. Just to barbering, or it applies to both? Would apply to all of it, yes, okay. So yes, this applies to cosmetology and barbering in order to get your license.
And you never got that high school diploma back when you were 18 and you want to have a profession and make a living, you would have to go past the GED in order to cut hair?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Senator Turner Ford, question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Turner?
I do yield, yes.
Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you. My question is the age requirement for 16. Who came up with the recommendation for 16?
I would have to let Senator Blackwell speak to that. I believe it was after looking at other states, maybe what they do. But again, this amendment would take out any reference to age from the bill, from this portion of the bill.
But if the amendment is not included, then the bill allows someone who is over the age of 16 to receive a license.
That's right. You can be 16 years of age. Under the strike all, without this amendment, you can be 16 years old and obtain a barber or cosmetology license.
And that's been recommended by someone?
I believe so, yes. Now, currently, well, I'm not sure that the current bill says anything, but no, I believe it says 18. And so we're taking that out too. And the reason I didn't add 18 back into this is because we do have individuals that are graduating high school at 17 and maybe even at 16 now that folks are able to get their high school education finished. So I didn't think it was a good idea to have any age requirement listed in the bill.
But what you would eliminate with your amendment is someone who is still in high school, attending school, and has not reached even the age to acquire a high school diploma.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Senator Fillingham, question?
Yes, sir.
You yield, Senator Fillingham, for a question?
I do, yes.
I'm just curious if you're grandfathering in anybody under this amendment who maybe is already in his 50s or 60s, been cutting hair for a long time, but they don't have their high school equivalency. Once you change the licensing requirement to require high school diploma or equivalency, are you kicking out those people who already have licenses?
No, Senator, that's actually the current requirement. So anyone that has their license now, that is the requirement that has been on them the entire time. So this just keeps that the same as it is in current as we stand here today.
Gotcha. Thanks.
All right, I see no further questions. Senator Blackwell, you wish to comment on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment, I will ask you to vote down, to vote no on. The reason being, when we took a look at this, our age requirements for cosmetologists are higher than 21 other states. For barbers, we're higher than 40 other states. The only states lower than us were Alabama, Arkansas, and Tennessee. The educational requirements, our educational requirements are higher for cosmetologists than they are in 31 other states. They're higher for barbers than 35 other states. And again, Alabama, Arkansas, and Tennessee are the ones below us. We're trying to get people to come to this state to work. And we're trying to get the population within our state to work. And I think as Senator Blunt had said, somebody who might be in high school, they might not have aspirations to go on to college. And here would be a great opportunity for them to get a license at a young age, start practicing, start having an income, and start being productive citizens. And given the fact that we're just trying to keep our standards, not be the highest and hardest to get into, I would ask you to vote no on the amendment.
All right, Senator Polk would like to speak on the amendment first.
Actually, I'd like to question Senator Blackwell.
Senator Blackwell, do you yield Senator Polk?
I'll yield. Thank you, Senator. Would it surprise you to know that I grew up in Prentiss, Mississippi?
If you tell me you did.
I did. Would it surprise you if I told you the best barber in Prentiss, Mississippi, when I was growing up, was Milton Polk?
If you tell me that?
He was. The next thing I'll tell you is, you may not know, but he had a 10th grade education, and he was a craftsman and a professional, and I would hate to see, as you do, this amendment pass.
Thank you.
Okay. You'd like to close on the amendment? There's no further questions.
Yes, briefly, Mr. President. So, like Senator Polk, I believe I got my start in politics as a 6-year-old young and running around a barber shop that was owned by my grandfather, and there was a beauty shop right next door. And so I can tell you it's a very proud profession. And I met with several barbers this morning, one of them being the president of the current board, and they asked that we leave this high school diploma or equivalency requirement in there. If you're getting your hair cut right now by a licensed barber, that doesn't change. They have met this requirement as well. So this is just keeping it with the current standards that we have, and it does take out any age requirement. There is an age requirement currently of 18. The strike all makes it 16. I remove that completely out of there. But I would ask you to please vote with me and support this amendment as requested by our barbers. Thank you.
I think you have a question. Senator McMahon, do you have a question?
Yes.
You yield Senator McMahon.
I will, yes.
Senator McMahon.
Senator Engel, I appreciate what you're trying to do. I just wanted to share, are you aware that 2 years' worth of work has gone into this bill with the peer committee?
I'm certainly aware. I remember it when it came up last year, yes.
Yeah. A lot of work has been done in this and a lot of compromise. And I know if you saw the report, there was also a lot of other things that, the peer committee is working hard to try to improve. And I appreciate what you're doing, but I'm not going to be able to vote with you on this amendment because I know all the other things that have gone into this, and I just wanted to be sure you were aware how much work had gone into it.
Yes, I appreciate that, Senator McMahon, and I just to answer your question there about knowing what kind of work is going into this, I'll say that this bill does an awful lot, and I know that Senator Blackwell has worked with a lot of folks on this. The strike all comes back and makes some things, I believe, better. So we are still doing a lot to help a problem that the peer committee worked very hard on and realized. But I am asking for this one small amendment to the strike all.
I understand. I just want to be sure you understood and the body understood how much behind-the-scenes work had gone. Thank you, Senator England.
Certainly, thank you.
I see no further questions. Motion, Senator.
Yeah, my motion is that we adopt this amendment.
Senator moves that we adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment has failed. Senator Blackwell.
If there are no further questions, I move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Did you have a question, Senator Seymour? Your light just came on.
Question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Seymour for a question.
I'll yield.
Senator Seymour.
We're saying as barbers, they can start at 16 once they get licensed and all, right?
That's correct.
Well, I got this strike all and it's kind of big and I haven't been able to really comprehend everything. But on line 457, if we're about equal rights, why we're still requiring the different facets of cosmetology to be at least 21 years of age?
That's for the instructors. Cosmetology
Instructors only?
Instructors, right. Have to be 21.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions? If seeing none, the senator suggests the use of one roll call for final passage. Is there anyone who objects to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? By Senator Suber, Senator Seymour, Senator Sojourner, and Senator McDaniel, and Senator Williams. Anyone else? Senator Chisholm. Please read off the notes.
Voting no or nay, Sojourner, Suber, Seymour, McDaniel, Williams, and Chisholm.
Do what? Hold on. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2160 again. We have a little faux pas in our process.
Yeah, well, we're still on it. We never have voted on final passage.
All right. Then I'd like for us to reconsider the vote by which the bill passed.
Reconsider the vote by which the bill passed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. It's before you, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I'd like to adopt strike all as amended.
Move to adopt strike all as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell.
I think I got one more step on it. I'd like to move for final passage on the use of the morning roll call.
There we go. The Senator suggests the use of one roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Please record all. Is there?
Hey.
So those that voted no, please hold your hand up. We'll make sure it's recorded. Well, Senator, Mr. Clerk, don't you have a list of those that voted no?
Yes, sir.
Would you read those out, please?
Voting no or nay? Sojourner, Suber, Seymour, McDaniel, Williams, and Chisholm.
So the bill has passed. Just want to make sure we had it proper. Okay. That it? Is there anything? Okay, we'll take announcements at this time. Yeah, we do have 2 or 3. Senator Derek Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 31 on today's calendar on a motion to reconsider.
Please join the chairman. Yeah, it's on yesterday's calendar. Read the title, please.
Senate Bill number 2101, criminal law, increased penalties for crimes of fleeing a law enforcement officer, resisting arrest, and carjacking.
Senator Parker. Do you have an announcement, Senator Parker?
Yes, Mr. President. Two items on today's calendar. Item number 58, Senate Bill 2645, like to be added as a co-author. And then my second announcement is an adjourn in memory.
Okay, first, join the chairman on the co-author, I'm sorry. Yeah, Senator. Okay.
When the Senate adjourns today, on behalf of myself, Senator McClendon, and Senator Blackwell, a good friend of mine and longtime newscaster in Memphis area, Tom Dees from Fox 13, passed away this afternoon. So I'd like to adjourn in his memory.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Branning. Senator Angela Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item 30 from yesterday's calendar on a motion to reconsider. It's going to be Senate Bill 2347.
Okay, join the chairman on that.
We're going to read the title.
Yeah, it's on yesterday's calendar, Senator.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
read the title.
Senate Bill number 2347, hospital police department authorized for certain private entities.
Senator Hickman.
Mr. President, I would like to hold item number 46, Senate Bill 2777, on a motion to reconsider.
Please join the chairman. Senator Robert Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to be added as a co-author to item number 47 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2750.
Please record. Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like unanimous consent to be added as co-author to numbers 31, 36 and 46 on today's calendar. Thank you.
Please record. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to item number 46, Senate Bill 2777.
Please record. Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added number 58, Senate Bill 2645.
Okay. Please record. Senator Boyd.
Adjourn in memory.
Recognize.
When the Senate adjourns today, would y'all join me in adjourning for Tony Anderson? This is the brother of Bob Anderson that passed away this past fall. And then also for my neighbor Sue Sneed that just passed away at 102 this week.
Thank you, Senator Boyd. Please add her name. All right. Is that all? Then Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Senator Pope moves the Senate stand adjourned to 9 a.m. in the morning. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Senate stand adjourned.